Hope everybody had a good week so far. Going all over myself. Anyway, let's start with the hellos. Where the hell do they go? Hold on, there we go. Alright. Let's see who got here first. It's running a little slow tonight, so you'll have to bear with me a little bit. I just did a speed check. It was not good. And usually, Tom Kvichak, if Tom Strange Things, has these problems and I don't. I don't know what's going on, why it's so slow. Hopefully it'll get better as the evening progresses. So let's see, who got the greatest cookie in the world? Looks like Tom Grassi did. Tom, how you doing? Good to see you here. And let's see who's next. Alright, what's all this stuff going on? There we go. Let's see, who else? Looks like Gerald Stewart got the half cookie. Gerald, good to see you here. Hot Dog Pilot Andy, he got crumbs. Well, Andy, I'm glad you're here anyway. Even if you did only get crumbs. And Nashville Steam was actually Spike Man. Thomas, how you doing? Good to see you here. Then we have John Nippenberg of Landmark Yards. Cool. Good to see you here, John. And let's see who else we got here. Dundas Junction Model Railroad. James. Good to see you here. And Anfield Road. Layout in the Loft. Lee, how's it going? He's not going to be here, but he'll catch the replay like he usually does. That's cool, Lee. Then we have Stormy, I can't talk today. Stormy Sky Rail Production, Steve. Good to see you here, man. And who else do we got? Chuck Schreiber. Hey, Chuck. Good to see you here. And Schuylkill River Valley. John, good to see you, as always. Ray Bertelson, how you doing, Ray? Good to see you here. And we're still scrolling. Joe Rader, Black Rock Central. Hey, Joe. Good to see you here. As we scroll around. That's everybody. All right. A good deal. I've had minimal problems today, so we're kind of off to a somewhat good start. Hey, Ray Bertelson. Did I say hi to you, Ray? If I didn't, hey, how you going? Just kind of jumped ahead there. We got B.M. Coleman. How you doing, B.M. Coleman? Must be a newcomer. Welcome to the channel. Hope you enjoy it. Hope you subbed. And throw the like button, of course, you know. Let's see here. Is that everybody? I think that's everybody so far. So, what are we doing this week? Well, I've been a little busy. I'll tell you, I'm going nuts with these 3D prints. They're driving me crazy. Hey, Derek Alexander. How you doing, Derek? Good to see you here. So far, well, you've seen this one here. I showed this one last week. This is the Polar Express that I printed up for Spike Man. Came out fairly good. Now, I tried to resin print that, and it did not work. I don't know why. It's a bad file, I guess. So I decided to try something different. Used a different Polar Express. Kind of hard to see because it's black. I resin printed this and actually came out pretty damn good. So I'm a little happy about that. And that was resin printed. So it's funny how some files print well with the resin, others don't. Go figure, right? The paint's still a little tacky on that too. Let's see. Anybody sneak in here when I wasn't looking? Nope, not yet. So that was the big thing with the 3D prints. Now, you can see back there, this one's actually printing. I'm printing a TV remote pocket for my wife. I decided to use up that PETG gold, that crap there, but it does print good for that particular thing. Most stuff I can't print well with it, so I figured it worked for that, so I'll just print over a couple and we'll see how that goes. And that's a 6-hour print, so. But it's pretty good looking when it's done. It actually comes out nice. So that's my tale of 3D printing for the week. Now what else have I been doing? Alright, now I've had multiple issues with my DCC system. Not so much the DCC itself, the Digitrax, but I went to program this one. It took the programming just fine. I put it on the track and it didn't work. So I did a factory reset on it, which it took, and it worked just fine. However, for one reason or another, it's not allowing me to reprogram it to change the address. So I don't know what's going on. I did check the voltage on my test track. It is 14.5 volts. Now that isn't a problem. The wheels are fairly clean on that one because I hardly ever use that one. And oops, what happened there? I must have hit the button by accident. So I don't know what's going on. I'm still working on it. This is the DCC decoder. It's an ESU Soundtrax. I guess Soundtrax or Digitrax. Hell, I don't remember. Hey, Digitrax. This one is definitely bad. I've tried it in different locos, tried to do a factory reset. It simply won't take the reset. And for whatever reason, when you put it in, it just fires up everything all at once. The horn, the bell, the high RPM, the brakes, everything on this board is going off simultaneously. You can't shut it down. So I'm not going to throw it away just yet, but I'm assuming that this decoder is in fact bad. Now what the hell's going on with these decoders lately? Oh, that's cool, Thomas. I'll get my package tomorrow. Can't wait. We'll do a mail call on that when I get it. And why is this not coming up now? Yeah, there, that was working. Try that again. There we go. Now it's working. So, alright, come on, turn off. I don't know, everything's working slow today. Maybe it's my computer too. I don't know. Oh, actually, I'm in the red here for OBS, while for the internet. This really sucks. Now it's back in the green, so that's good. I don't have any sleeves, man. I don't think. No, these ones here. This is the same shirt I was wearing when I took the picture. But I'm glad you got it, Derek. Put that one up on the screen. And he says it's a decoder with verbal diarrhea. Yeah, it could have been. Hey, Tom, did I say hi to you? Good to see you here. He says, Jim, CV 17 and 18. Yeah, I know. CV 29 needs to be set to use it. Well, yeah, I'll have to look into that, see what I can do. Like I said, I'm using JMRI, the Decoder Pro. I don't know what the hell's going on because it's a little iffy. Got an itch. Wow. That's interesting. James says, looks like it will be harder to purchase scale trains. New price could be over $525 Canadian for DCC and sound. Well, what the hell's crawling on me? I got an ant on me or what here? Here in the States, matter of fact, I was looking just the other day because I got a flyer from them on the email. And they were $312 for sound, DCC and sound equipped. And I'm thinking, that's a lot of damn money for what it is, you know. So, I'm probably not going to be buying any more scale trades. If I do, it'll be DCC ready. Those I think were $262, which is still pretty high. But we'll see. You know, if they stop selling them, they'll probably drop the price, right? Hopefully. Chuck says you're coming over here to find Jim audio. Really? Okay, that's cool. I got 4% drop frames going on. I just went into the red again. I don't know what the hell's going on. It's fluctuating back and forth. I'm using 85% of my CPU, which is a lot. Usually it's only about 60%. I don't know what the hell's going on. Derek said, Big Jim, how did they make the print without being scanned? Well, Tom Grassi has a program where you could take a photograph of somebody, just the front, and it converts it to an STL file for the printer. It works really good. That's how mine got done. And I got some others here I'm going to show you in a minute that were also done by Tom Grassi. That's how it's done. Now, I use Lychee Slicer, and they're coming out with a similar program. So I'm going to look into it as soon as it hits the market, where you can take a photograph and switch it over to create a 3D file out of it. So we'll see how it goes. You know, they're making leaps and bounds in this stuff, and I thought, well, if it only takes the front of you, how in the hell does it know what the back of you looks like? Of course, you know, he said Tom took my picture, converted it, sent me the file, it sent me both the file and some of the prints, and I looked at the back, and well, it looks kind of like me from the back. I don't know how it knows. Maybe it's some sort of AI or something where it can calculate what the back of a person looks like based on the front. I don't know, but it works. That's all that matters. Let's see. Spike Man asks, alright, come on, put it up there. Where's the cold tender? The cold tender's over there in my paint booth. The paint's still wet, I can't pick it up. So it'll be dry in another day or two. Because even this one's a little tacky. Got to be careful handling it. But it came out really good. I mean, I'm surprised. There might be a few flaws in there, but they're not that noticeable. So we'll see how that... I'm going to send you all those pieces. I do have this one here. This is the first file that I took. But this is a mess. I mean, it doesn't look, I'll send you this one too, but it's got a lot of flaws in it. Kind of hard to see. I'm not going to paint it, but you'll see. I'll give it to you. Do what you want with it, but like I said, the wheels split on one side, and it's just not that good. There's something wrong with the file itself, and I paid $1.15 for that. So, am I watching video in the background? Well, I got my monitor here, you know, my laptop, so I can see what's going on in real time if I start screwing up, you know, freezing up right now. But so far, it looks pretty good. I'm back in the green again, by the way. Oh, my brother's from another mother. Hat Mazurka, hey, how you doing, newbie? Glad to see you here. Welcome to the channel. And if you like it, don't forget to subscribe and like. Gotta hit that like button. So, now remember, this thing does put up different names than what a lot of you guys are used to. It's got something to do with my overlay, I think. Because in the house, there's no problem, which is weird. There's a lot of strange things are going on these days. I don't know what the hell's going on. But it is what it is, so. So I'm trying to figure out a way to get the decoder for this. I really don't have the budget for it this month, but I'm going to see if I can't finagle a way to get it. I did take the cover off. There's the shell. There. And I tell you, this thing's pretty slick. It's got two speakers. One here, one here. Looks something like a decoder, buddy. I don't think it is, but it looks a lot like a decoder, buddy. In the center. With a 21 NEMA connector on there, and of course it came with this little board here. It allows you to use it in DC. So when you take it off, of course it doesn't do anything, but you know. But I'm not going to run it until I get the DCC decoder for it. Oh, well, thanks, App Mazurka. Already subbed to you years ago. Cool. Thanks. Oh, is that Andy Mano? Okay. Yeah, I think they did, Thomas. I don't know what the hell's going on. It's messed up. It really is. So anyway, I can't wait to get the decoder for this. I did find a Tsunami 2 with sound, obviously, for $98. And I checked to see if it was free shipping or not. Probably not. But like I said, if I can figure out a way to budget it in somehow, I'm going to get it. Otherwise, I'll have to wait till December. Okay, yeah, here it's showing. Oh, here, I can show you, actually. Trying not to get dizzy. That's what's showing up there, App Mazurka. Hey, there's Crooked River and Eastern. Hey, Dave. So, I said, I don't know what the hell's going on here. What's weird is, like I said, my computer in the house, because I fired this up for my wife to watch, the live stream, and everything's correct on that one. I don't know what the hell's going on. It's weird. Maybe it's a fluke of some sort, I have no idea. Ray Bertelson, hey Ray, did I say hi to you or I don't remember? My mind's going. So I added a bunch of rolling stock onto this one here, and I've got the two 44 ESs in consist pulling this. There's a lot of cars there. It's almost like it's about 30 foot long. Well, 30 real feet. I don't know what scale feet they are, but so that's pretty cool. That's it seems to be working pretty fine so far. Knock wood. The CIA watching me? Probably. You know what they say? If you're not on a list somewhere, you're not doing something right. Hard to tell you. Get that off of there. So here, let me show you. I also discovered a new trick with my Stream Deck. I didn't know you could put up a virtual keys up on the screen, so I don't have to necessarily use my keypad down here. I just found out you could do that. Tom says, Jim, I was watching another stream the other day, and he was using OBS. He had the same thing on his stream chat. The stupid name showing up, it's an OBS issue. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Well, you know, I just got an update for OBS. It's 32.0.2. Maybe they screwed something up, and then we'll get it figured out hopefully next time. Hey, Gigliotis, Ray, how you doing? Good to see you here. So, it's messed up. Anyway, these are the mini-me's that I just printed up. Now, the couple standing up are the lovers. That I got from somewhere. The one on the left, I think, I'm not sure, but I think it's Tom Grassi. The next one over is Dave Thurber. Dave, you're getting as big as I am, man. Then there's another woman holding a baby. Where I got that from, I have no idea. And then the guy with the hands up, I think, could be DB Tech Dave. I'm not sure. I got to paint these guys up when I get a chance. And hopefully in the next few days. And get them out on the layout. And then I got this one here. The guy on the left is Tom Kvichak from Tom's Trains and Things. And the guy on the right is yours truly. That's the one I painted. I don't know. I'm not real impressed with the paint job I did on me for some reason. I'm going to have to do another one and see how... I've got a bunch to play with. And here's an up-close shot of the two. Now, I painted Tom Kvichak, and it came out nice. And the bag he's holding is actually a bag of Doritos. Unfortunately, I'm not good enough to actually put Doritos on the bag. Is he doing a hill? Could be, Andy, hard telling. Alright, that's you on both ends. Okay, Tom, I wasn't sure. Like I said, some of these things are kind of tough to tell. So I guess you're doing the Hitler salute there, huh? But anyway, this is me up close. You can see, I don't know, maybe it's because I use gloss black. I might try using flat black, so realistically my clothes aren't glossy anyway. And we'll see what happens. Well, you'll have to send me a picture of yourself, Thomas. And then I'll send it to Tom Grassi and have him do an STL file of it. And I'll print it out. That's all you need is a good full-length photograph. Try not to have anything behind you, maybe like a blank wall or something. Makes it easier for him to separate from the background. Gerald Stewart says, as of today, he lost... Where the hell did my mouse go? There it is. Wish I could lose 50 pounds. That'd be my normal weight, because that's about how much I'm over. We'll see. I'll keep working on it, I guess. And Andy Mano says he got 2 scale trains, SD9s coming with DCC and sound. They were $325 each. Yeah, they're getting up there, man. They still are nice, but like I said, I got an issue with the trucks on scale trains. Like I said, I've got one here that I've got to replace both trucks on, and I'm not going to use the scale trains trucks. I'm going to use the, I think they're Athearn. With a minor modification, I can make them work. And the problem with scale trains, I've talked about this a million times. If you look at the bottom of the truck, there's no access cover to get to the gears. You have to split the halves, which means you have to remove it from the train and carefully pull off the sides. There's some, they're almost always, you're always going to break them, and you have to buy new ones. And just so you can get to the gears and whatever, in case you need to lube them, clean them, whatever. That's a stupid idea. I don't like it. They said the Athearn has a plate on the bottom, 1 or 2 screws. Take them off, the plate drops, there's all your gears. You don't have to take the thing off the locomotive or anything. And I think Atlas does it the same way, and probably a few others. So I'm just going to adapt over to that, and if the other ones have a problem, I'll do the same with them. Now, a pair of them's $50. I think, where was it at? On Walther's site, maybe? I don't remember now. I got it bookmarked, but audio skipping, yeah, I'm not surprised. Doing the best I can with what I got to work with, guys. Well, Ray, the problem with the 3D scanner is they're still expensive. I look like Moses. Yeah, I kind of do a little bit, don't I? It was hard to paint the beard in, it really was. But hey, you know, I'm still working on it. With the 3D scanners, Ray, the cheapest one now is still $300. And you still have to have, a rotating plate to stand on, or whatever you put on it, because it takes a 3D image all the way around. And with the advent of these photograph to 3D file conversions, why would you waste your money on a scanner? So that's the way I'm looking at it anyway. Next question. Derek says, Big Jim, how do you paint those? With a telescope? No, I can use my my 3D magnifier, my magnifying glasses. It's more of a steady hand than anything else. And my hand is still fairly steady. Not as good as I was 20 years ago, but I can still do a fairly decent job of painting them. If my wife didn't have the problems with her eyes, she'd be able to do them, but she's waiting to get cataract surgery done. So maybe once that's fixed, we'll get her to work painting these things up, because I tell you what, it's tough to do. It really is. Hey, we us and company railroad. How you doing, Les? Good to see you here. Been a while. Gerald said that's what you told her. Oh, it's true. Jim, the other problem with the 3D scanner, you have to stay still. Yeah, that's true. Because it's a slow rotate. I didn't do it, but Tom Grassi had it done up in Timonium or wherever. He had Mini Prince Bernard do it. Then he had another guy do it. It was a little cheaper. That's another thing too, you know. You're going to tap that kind of money in a device, naturally you're going to want to try and recoup some of your money, so you find yourself charging people for things that, you know, really in our community we shouldn't be charging for that. I mean, to make the prints, yeah, maybe, but just to photograph you or scan you, whatever the case may be, I don't think it's right to charge you for it. But that's me, you know. Uh, let's see. Andy Mano says, I truly believe my best locos at the moment on the layout are my Kato is, yeah, Katos are nice. I wanted to get the Kato for this Amtrak, but the Athearn was a little bit cheaper and was still pretty well, it was DCC ready, so that was my only prerequisite for the thing. It looks identical to the Kato, except that I think maybe the Kato is probably built better. So we'll see. But I'm on a tight budget these days, and I have to say every dollar counts when it comes to buying something. No, Thomas, I really don't want one, to be honest with you. One, I can't afford it, but even if somebody gave me one, I mean, I'd take it, but I think it's a nuisance myself. I like the idea of creating a file from a photograph. You know, let's say you want to do a 3D scan of your car. You would have to slowly walk. You'd have to have some sort of a rolling tripod that was real steady, and you'd have to go all the way around your car and scan it. That would be a real pain in the ass, where if you just took a photo of it, boom, there you go, Like I said, the AI seems to be able to finish it out so that it looks correct. So I think, the 3D scanner may be yesterday's tech, like a floppy disk is on the computer, it's already obsolete. So we'll see how the photograph conversions do. I think that's going to be the wave of the future for 3D printing. Tom says, Derek Alexander, Derek, we used the Yakta Sun glasses from Amazon. They work great from painting. Is mine Yakta Sun? I don't remember what brand this was. I did order these from Amazon, though. It's got a light in it and everything. It's not bad. Doesn't have a name on it, so it could be a Yakta Sun. Who the hell knows? I think they plastered a name on there somewhere, but it's got interchangeable lenses, and so you get different strengths. I use the highest strength because I got good far vision now since the cataract surgery, but I can't see up close worth this shit without, these are readers. I have to have, otherwise everything's blurred out, so. Hey, Bernard C., how's it going? Good to see you here. Yeah, Thomas, the 3D scanners are still expensive. They have come down. I mean, they were originally $1,000, but the cheapest one now is $300. But I just don't feel like they're a worthwhile investment. Not since, like I said, the photograph conversion seems to work just fine. And Bernard says, hi, SRV John, came in for a quick cup to get back to work chasing that fireball all the way down. We gotta get you a new keyboard, man. Or get you some spelling lessons while they're worse than me and I'm bad. So, I still haven't done anything on the layout. I do have, asked my wife what she wanted for Christmas, because I have no idea. I said, well, that's not helpful. So she made up this list. Probably can't read it, but I've got her building up on the second level. It's Debbie's Glass and Jar Company. So she wants a fence, a dumpster, some pallets, a sitting cat, some walking cats, the Florida cranes, the birds with the tall legs, I think they're called flamingos. Of course, some people, customers, a company van, some bushes for the side of the building, and some deer. That's the start of her list. So I've got to find all this stuff, which I found a couple of things already. And I'm going to print them up for her. She's going to be in charge of painting everything. And then she's going to put everything on the, up there the way she wants to. And that's going to be her little piece of real estate in my layout. It ought to be pretty cool. Audio is clipping. Yeah, I know. It's, like I said, unfortunately, I got a lot of drop frames. Nothing I can do about it, guys. Sorry about that. Just kind of have to bear with me. Andy Mando just got back from Columbus, Ohio. Norfolk Southern runs some seriously long trains down there. Oh, I have no doubt. Tom says, Jim, just send me a photo and I can make the STL file for you. Oh, you mean for Thomas? Yeah, that's what I would do. Because I still don't really have... I got that program. I downloaded it. I can't really get it to work properly for me. I did a 3D image of myself, but it's not as good as the one you did for me, so I don't know what the problem is, why it came out weird, but like I said, you're better at this, so I'll just let you handle it. And I appreciate that too, by the way. So, so that's what I got going so far. Like I said, I haven't done too much on a layout. I did, finish cleaning the track, which so far the track's working really great. And I'm really getting some good slow speeds on my locos. Matter of fact, next week I think we're going to integrate the 4 cameras into maybe my background. If I can figure out how to do it. I think I know how to do it. Then you can watch the trains a lot easier and just catch a little section of them here. It's like watching a Chinese movie. Oh no, for your wife, for Deb's list? Why, you have all that stuff? Or I could just take pictures of it. Okay. Like I said, I've got some of the files, so what I have here, I'll just print it up, but if there's something I can't find, maybe you could find it. Or I could send you a photograph of the birds or whatever, and then you could do files. That'd be cool. And Spike Man says I have a 1940s Norfolk and Western Railroad Spike. That's cool. John from the Schuylkill River said, Derek, I'm not having any audio problem. Chuck Shriver said, Derek, I was having the clipping audio too. Closed and reopened YouTube and that fixed it. Alright, well, that could be on your end. I mean, like I said, I'm in the green here. I got a little bit of drop frame problem. It's 4.3%, which isn't bad. And everything else is, like it says, it looks like it's doing pretty good. Ray says, so you don't need a 3D scanner to print a 3D pic. No, it's some new technology. It's got to be AI based, I'm sure. It must have an AI engine somewhere along the line. But it can take your image, extrapolate the 3D version of you through AI, and create the 3D STL file. That's what I had Tom do for me, and he's done it for a bunch of other people too. When he did the meet and greet up in Timonium, he brought back a bunch of photographs, and he's already converted them over. And the prints came out really nice, so it's just a new technology that bypasses the scanner. Scanner's like an old school thing now. So, Derek says, John SRV1, we all know you're special, but we didn't know you had special powers. I will log out and back in. Oh, it is his birthday, so, when you have a birthday every day, you gotta be special. Bernard says, Jim seen the train yesterday heading to town. Had 5 on the head, 3 in the middle, and 2 pushing. Must have been a heavy man. No audio here. 5 by... Well, that's cool. Yeah, that is. 3 locos up front, 3 in the middle, and 2 pushing. That's a lot of locos, man. It must have been a heavy load. And Spike Man says 1940s Norfolk and Western Road. Spike is rusted bad. It's very skinny and long, about 7 inches. That's what she said. I'm glad you got a kick out of that, John. And Derek said it worked. Okay, well that's cool. Hey, like I said, this is such a crock of shit with the internet. And you never know whose end it's on. It could be on my end, could be on your end, could be on his end. And we're starting to learn just little tricks to sidestep everything, Derek says audio's good after refresh. That's cool. I read somewhere that we're supposed to get hit with a what the hell is it called from the sun? A magnetic disturbance or something? And that was supposed to happen today. Well, it did knock out the grid, which I didn't think it would. But it could be affecting different parts of the country, like maybe an internet and something. Who knows, Ray says, the reason I asked, someone reached out to me and asked if I had a 3D scanner. Didn't know if it was a moneymaker or not. Well, solar flare, that's what it was. Thanks, Derek. I can't remember that for some reason. I don't know. For Bernard on mini prints, it's a moneymaker because, he charges you to scan you. And then he charges you if you want the file. You don't automatically get it. And I think you only get 3 mini-me's that he prints. If you want others, you have to pay for them. So he makes money all the ways around, which is great for him, but, not for the rest of us. And if you compete with him, you're going to have to lower your prices. And I don't know. I think, like I said, doing the photo conversion just seems easier and cheaper all the ways around. Bernard says, think it already hit New York. Something needs to hit New York. Don't even get me started on that one. Yeah, basically, Thomas. And yeah, they said for the first time ever, like half the country's going to see the northern lights tonight because of the magnetic pulse or some damn thing like that. Jim can get any lower than 3. Well, no, you can't. That's what I'm saying, Why would you pay somebody ridiculous money for something when you can get it done for nothing or next to nothing? Tom Brady just had his dog cloned and never mind scanning. You mean the real Tom Brady? He actually had his dog cloned? See, I would never do that. I think that's unnatural. I mean, yeah, I love my dog, and I know he's not going to last as long as I probably will, and I've had, quite a few of them. Across the Rainbow Bridge, if you want to put it that way, because, they have short lifespans, but, even if I could have had them cloned, I mean, it was ridiculously expensive, and I wouldn't do it. But I just don't feel like it's correct, Yeah, but I'm not sure I'd trust it either, I mean, what if they screw up on something and the damn thing kills you in the middle of the night, Derek says, I'm in New York and I don't feel any brighter. You better get out of New York, man. That place is getting dumber by the minute. Now that y'all got yourself a certified communist running the thing, I wouldn't want to be there. $20,000 to do that. Yeah, he is an idiot cheater. Bernard says, that's it. I want to be cloned. I need 5 me's. Hey, Anthony, Georgia Sunbelt. How you doing, Anthony? Good to see you here. If we get cloned, can we make improvements? Yeah, they supposedly can, but I don't know. I don't trust any of that stuff, man. Bernard says, LOL, Derek, you and Heath are the 2 smartest people I know there. Probably the only 2 people that are smart. Big Jim, I'm not in the city, so he doesn't affect me. Oh, you're upstate? That's cool. It's still going to affect you a little bit. Maybe. Alright, Steve. Well, thanks for popping in. Have a good weekend and be safe, and we'll see you next time. $85,000 for a horse. So to get cloned? Why in the hell would you clone a horse? That's for 85 grand, you know. I don't know. Like I said, I think there's some things we just shouldn't screw with. Cloning and gene altering and gene splicing, I think are the top 3 that we should just not touch. Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, because they got that one. What the hell is her name? I can't remember her name now, but she's an idiot. You know, no offense against women, but women don't belong in politics. They're just not any good at it, you know. So we should put them, you know, back in the kitchen where they belong. I didn't really say that, but trigger me silver. There you go. New York is running by an Iranian. Well, he's a Muslim, so I don't know where exactly he's from, but Jim, her name starts with a large letter C. I have no doubt. I can't remember who it is. Her name's, you know, on the tip of my tongue, but I keep wanting to say Gretchen, but Gretchen's in, is it Illinois? Or wherever the hell Gretchen is. Thanks, Bernard, but maybe we weren't smart enough to get out of here. Well, I'll tell you what's going to happen in the city anyway. They're going to have rampant crime. All the billionaires are going to flee. But Florida and Texas said that we will tariff them if they try and come here. We don't really want them here. And let them go somewhere else. That's true. New York is full of it. Now, I'm originally from Jersey. Jersey's not much better, but New York definitely gets the award for it. Those people are dumber than a box of rocks, man. And, you know, I came up with a little saying today. I said, how the hell did it go? Normally, semi-intelligent people, when they hear the word free, they become instantly brain dead. And that's what happened in New York. So this Mamdani guy, oh, we're going to give you free buses and free food and free housing and everything's going to be free. I'm going to tell you who's going to pay for it, because nothing's truly free, you know. And these idiots, free? He said free. We got to vote for him. And now he's already backtracking, begging for money. He's not even mayor yet. he doesn't officially become mayor till January 1st. And he's already acting like the communist that he is. So, you know. Derek said it only took 24 years for New York City to forget 911. That's true. Ah, that's right. Kathy Hochul. I can never remember her name. But still, you were correct with the big C. That's before her name. Hey, Chasco, how's it going now, Chuck? Good to see you here. Oh yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Crime's going to go through the roof. If you defund the police and put psychologists in there to defuse violent situations, you're going to have a lot of dead psychologists. And they're just there. It's going to be a total clusterfuck, I guarantee it. Here, you can't find a U-Haul or rental truck many. That's a moneymaker. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'm sure everybody's getting the hell out. They said 250,000 people left as soon as he was declared the winner. I don't know how true that is, but, you know, they were the ones who had the ability to move, I guess. Like I said, as long as they don't come here, I don't care. You know, because the problem with them, they'll bring their politics with them, and that's what we don't need. That's what got that mess up there to begin with. You know. You come here, you better be a Republican conservative. Otherwise, stay the fuck out. Did I hit 500 subs? I'll be damned. I actually had 502 or 504 for a while there. And then it dropped down to 499 again. I don't know what the hell's going on. At least I'm up to 500 again. Yay. And why did my laptop shut down? Well, that's weird. My laptop shut off. And it's plugged in the wall, so it can't be a bad battery. What the hell? Huh, weird. It must be the CIA listening in, right? And the only problem is the 500 subs was the easy part. I'm still about 600 short of watch hours. If you guys want to help me out, watch some of my playlists, beef up my hours, and then I can actually get monetized, like, for what it's worth, but, you know. Yeah, Northern Lights are supposed to be big tonight. They didn't say how many. Come on. Not even the right background. Oh, alright, now it came back up. Well, it's froze. There we go. That's weird. I don't know what happened there. Les says it was stated down here that women immigrants under 35, 93% voted ma'am dammy. That's a big figure. Well, the women are stupid because they think he's a good-looking man. You know, you gonna fuck him or you gonna, you know, be a slave to him? I guess maybe one the same. Hey, Dave says, hey Jim, I'm headed over to watch Pappy's premiere. I'll be back. All right, cool. I'm sure I'll still be here. Let us know how that goes. Derek says we can't find the psychologist. Yeah. Bingo Jim, we have that same problem with California. Oh, it's nice here. Let's fuck it up like the state we just left. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's just, and that's why Texas doesn't want them either. The governor down there, he said, I'm going to put a tariff on them. They come here, we're gonna, you know, bend them over, because they're supposed to be millionaires and billionaires. Want to get out of New York for obvious reasons. So might as well hit them up for some money if they're coming over, you know. But they need to get a stern talking to. Say, look, if you come here, leave your politics up there. We don't want them. If you insist on bringing your politics here, we don't want you either. You know, that's what needs to happen. I don't know if they can legally do that or not, but since when did legalities make a difference with anything? Let me drop that down. There we go. It's a mess, you know. And there are a lot of people saying that the Democrats cheated to get him in. That's possibly true. I don't know. If it's not, and that many people really voted for him, then the Democrats in New York, they're brain dead completely. There's no hope for them, you know. Massachusetts is a shit show also. Well, the whole East Coast is really, above Georgia, you know. In Maine, they just had the elections up there. They had two things on the ballot that both failed. They wanted to establish voter ID with free IDs for people who couldn't afford one. How could you get any better than right? And they voted it down. Why would you not want voter ID? And the second one was the red flag laws, where they can take your guns without any proof that you did anything wrong. And they could have done away with the red flag law too. It failed. Red flag stays. No voter ID. And you would have thought the people in Maine would have been just a touch bit smarter than that. Apparently not. Depends on the size of your sidearm. I carry a 45, so you know, I don't fuck around, man. If I gotta shoot someone, I don't want to waste the whole damn mag on them, you know. 1 or 2 rounds should do the job. Not saying it wouldn't mag dump on them anyway, but, you know, the reality is 2 should be sufficient to do the job. Tom Grassi says, Jim, the Dems cheated and always will cheat as long as the illegals and dead people exist. That's probably true. Well, I said that too, Thomas, that we should deport all the jackasses. If you hate America, you should be forced out. And most Democrats do hate America. Why are they still here? That's what I don't understand, you know. We're not going to let them destroy our country because they got a bone up their ass. But the only way to fix this is either kill them or deport them, you know. And at this point in time, I don't really care which we decide to do. Well, for whatever reason, nobody would back Sliwa up. Now, he's the guardian angel. I don't know much about him, but the guardian angels were, well, you know more about it than I do because you live up there, but they were good for New York City, you know. And this guy, he seemed like a, conservative, but he got, what, 7 or 9% of the vote, which was shit. And nobody backed him. I mean, they just, well, we don't know much about him, you know. Guy's got a weird name like that. We can't elect him, but you can elect Ma'am Danny. Like that name ain't weird. I don't get it. Oh, he's double tap. Absolutely, Bernard. One in the head, one in the chest. Or, like I usually do for some reason when I practice, one in the chest, one in the nuts. I don't know why, but that second one always goes low. There's some psychological reason for it, I'm sure. When I went and got when I got certified to carry back in the day, even though I never got my carry license at that time, but I went to the class and we had to do a quick draw without anything, just boom, boom, double tap. And I shot the silhouette in the chest and the balls. And the instructor, he says, God, I hope I never have to go up against you. Well, a chest shot would have killed him anyway, you know. But if he didn't die, at least he'd have a little bit of agony getting his balls blown off before he did die. Oh, man, Reagan 48, there you go. Civil War. Yeah, well, Civil War can still happen, but I don't think it would be to our benefit if it did. I mean, in some ways, I'm thinking I wish it would happen so we can fix this shit finally, but I don't think it would really end well for anybody. Bernard says, I shouldn't say it, but time to dump the filibuster, get this shit show back. I agree with you 100%. Derek says, well, if he lives, he won't reproduce. That's true. If the first doesn't do the job, there'll be a soprano. There you go. Tom says, just wait for a New Yorker goes to buy cigarettes, booze, etc. They are illegals to that a-hole mayor. Yeah, that's true. He wants to ban guns. He wants to ban pretty much anything that you're going to enjoy. And I mean, he made no bones about it, you know. I mean, I don't understand what the hell they thought they were going to do. I think they just heard the word free. Oh, it's free. We got to put them in. But nothing's free. He doesn't even have the authority to do any of that. He wants to have free bus service. But he can't do that because the bus is owned by people outside of the city. He has no authority beyond the city. So he could say whatever the hell he wants. He could threaten whatever, and they could say, fuck you. We're going to charge you $2.20 anyway. You know. I just don't get it, man. Suckers born every day. Well, that's true. There's no doubt about that. But, you know. And then, what else did he want to do? He wanted to reduce rent under rent control. A lot of those landlords are just going to sell the house, their apartments or whatever, and get out of Dodge rather than take a loss, you know. Now, I agree that it's outrageous, and it shouldn't be, but, you know, I don't know how you fix that. They said the median rent for a one bedroom, one bath apartment is $4,500 a month. $4,500 a month. Christ, you can rent a mansion down here for that kind of money, you know. And our rent's outrageous too. But that's just fucking ridiculous. I'm sorry, you know. Derek says, Thomas, instead of a chicken in every pot, he wants a goat in every bed. Yeah, maybe. I'm sure he's got a few of his own. I don't know. Like I said, it's just, if he lives long enough, and that's a big if, I think he's going to completely destroy New York City. But I have a sneaking suspicion he will either get arrested, deported, or unalived before January 1st. Just a suspicion, you know. I mean, in a way, I said Trump should let him do his damnedest down there, you know, let him screw it all up. Then maybe the idiots will figure out, oh, we were really stupid, you know. If we go in there and actually avert the problem, they'll never know. They'll have a big hard-on for Trump and all the Republicans and blame us for it, you know. Where if we allow Mamdammy to burn down the system, so to speak, you know, and then the people are going to wake up one morning and they'll be part of the biggest shit show ever. Maybe then they'll figure it out. Then again, maybe not. So I don't know. I'm kind of leaning in the middle on which way to go with that, you know. I mean, in a way, it's like, you know what? Let them all fucking eat dirt, you know. There should be a consequence for stupidity. He's rich and lives in a rent-controlled apartment and only pays $2,300. I'm not surprised. Nancy Pelosi, yeah, she's retiring after the end of her term. She should have retired 50 years ago. I still think she should be investigated, possibly arrested and hung for treason, because she's a traitor to the United States citizenry. Bernard says, hey, they want it, so grab the popcorn and let them eat crow or pigeons, because that's all they'll be able to get. I know, he wants to have city-controlled grocery stores. That's total communism. I mean, this is how the communist system works. In this, well, we'll call it the state, but even though it's a city, the state will own everything, and the peasants will get the crumbs if they're lucky and they're obedient. And that's exactly what's going to happen over there. You watch, you know. Hey, Waycross Train Spotter, how's it going, man? Scott, right? Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while. How's it doing, Scott? Staying busy? He's already changed supermarkets from free to lower price. Yeah. Well, that's because he can't do free. There's no way. Jim, only problem with that is all those New York idiots will try to move to New Jersey because our idiot Big C governor will welcome them with open arms. She's another disgrace to the human race. Well, who's your new governor? Shelley? I think. I don't know why they elected her. They should have elected the Italian guy that was running. He seemed like a better choice, but you know, I tell you, they just New Jersey will never put in a Republican unless they get so far down they have no choice. Nancy, oh, the railroad builder, yeah. Jim, what about Kamala Harris? She's going to run for president, supposedly in 28. That'll be a shit show, won't it? Cheese and powdered milk for everybody. There you go. He will put all the shops around the supermarkets. Will go. Of course they will. That's what I'm saying. It's just he will destroy New York in probably less than a year. You know, he'll destroy every business. Maybe try and gain control. Maybe that's the plan. You know, I don't know, but it's not going to benefit the New York people. I can tell you that. All right, Andy, well, have a good one, man. Thanks for hopping in, and be safe. Have a fun weekend, and we'll see you next time. And have a good night. Scott says, I had skin cancer surgery 2 weeks ago and going another skin cancer surgery on my left. Wow, that's bad to hear that, but at least they're getting it taken care of, so you're doing okay then, hopefully. I tell you. These cancers, they're scary as shit. Good news is if you catch it early, though, they can get rid of it. Thomas says, Jim, in New Jersey, we have over 1 million illegals. They all voted for. If they did not vote, the outcome would be different. That's what I mean. They always cheat. Yeah, you're right. Trump hasn't gotten around to cleaning out Jersey yet, though. He'll get to it, though. Hopefully. Well, there's rumor that he's going to send ICE into New York City. And he says if Mamdani gets in his way, he'll have Mamdani arrested. Now, which probably needs to be done anyway. Arrest him, charge him with treason, and hang him. Hang him high. You know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We got to stop fucking around with these people, man. Just get it done, you know. And I still don't understand why he's not being tougher on the illegals. If I were president, I'd get up on TV and say, look, you got 2 weeks to get the hell out of the country. If you're still here and we find you, you will be arrested. You will be put in a forced labor camp for the rest of your life. You will not get paid. You'll probably die early. And even if I couldn't legally do it, they don't know that. Let them think that. They'll be running for the border like in the taco commercial, man. You know. How can you? Well, you can't legally, but they're letting them do it anyway. And that's one of the reasons why Trump is trying to get them all out of the country, because that's the Democrat voter base, basically. Even a lot of legal Democrats don't go along with the Democratic bullshit, you know. And the Democrats know that, so the only thing they can do is, you know, cater to the illegals, you know, on the condition they vote for them. If the illegals ever stop voting for the Democrats will throw them out so fast, have your head spinning. Scott, that's from all of the time in the sun catching trains without sunblock. I'll keep you in my thoughts and prayers. Yeah, same here, man. How did illegals get the vote? Well, like I said, they have a thing here called motor voter. So when you get a license, which they can't technically legally get either, but they do, you're automatically registered to vote whether you're legal or not. And unfortunately, for whatever reason, our system of checks and balances isn't catching it, and they're getting away with voting, you know. It's gotten so bad that some states, like I believe Florida did, made it illegal to vote if you're not a legal citizen. And it's a felony if you do. It should be a death sentence, you know. People don't mind going to prison. They do mind getting dead, though, you know. So, it's fucked up. It really is. It's bad. Yeah, I gotta refresh again over here. I almost went to StreamYard tonight. The only problem with StreamYard is it could be done to use multiple cameras, but it would have been a real nuisance, and I didn't have enough time to really set it up. And that's why last minute I decided to just stick with the OBS. But I don't know why I'm having so much problem with the overlay. It's ridiculous. I said it's like on a timer. You could run it for so long and then it just locks up. If I refresh the screen, of course I lose everything prior, but it'll bring up the new chat so I can put an overlay on. It's a fucked up system, it really is. Tom says, guys, illegals can vote because our asshole current government gives all the illegals a driver's license, and once you get the license, you're automatically registered to vote. It's a motor voter law, as I was telling earlier. And they need to do away with that too, you know. Look, it's everybody's duty to vote if you're legal. But it should still be your choice. It shouldn't be automatic, you know. Now, they didn't have that law when I got my driver's license. I got my driver's license in, what was it, 75, I think, 1975? It was 1974, I don't remember. Back in the 70s. And that was it. You know, I had to register to vote when I turned 18 because, you know, you get your learner's permit at 15 at that time. I don't know if it's still you can or not. It's your regular license. You couldn't vote till you were 18, so you were not automatically registered to vote. But even if I was, say, 20 and got my license for the first time, I still would not have automatically got a voter ID. I would have had to go down to the voter's office and actually register to vote. And that's the way it should be, you know. Les says if they get a license and have an Addy, they are findable. Don't you have to prove who you are? Talk about the Wild West. Well, see, that's the problem. They're not even sure if the addresses they give them are even accurate. A lot of times these guys use false addresses, false names, you know, for false birth dates. You know, half of these legals might only be 13 years old. You wouldn't know it. You know, it's kind of hard to tell. Tom says, "That's not New Jersey." Oh, that's true. So the governor of New Jersey gave them the license without question. Well, I said California did the same thing, and actually a bunch of states did. I think Colorado, Oregon, Washington State, Massachusetts, all these places, you know, oh yeah, we need the illegals. We got to give them driver's licenses so they can, you know, come to our house and clean for us and whatever, you know, lick our asses or whatever. It's all bullshit, though. Chaska says, got my driver's license, registered to vote, and registered for the draft in 1970. There you go. You're a little older than I am too, Chuck, but I missed the draft, fortunately. Which didn't hurt my feelings. I would have went if I'd got drafted, but I didn't really want to go. You know. I mean, I've got... My moral compass doesn't allow me to fight an enemy that isn't an enemy, you know. And I didn't feel like we had any business being in Vietnam. I said, I don't fault the soldiers that were there. They were following their orders. They really had no choice. But that was the most senseless war probably in my lifetime. You know. And we didn't even win. Nixon wanted to nuke them and asked Congress for the consent to do it. And Congress, no, you can't nuke them. That would be wrong. And Nixon said, well, but it'll end the war. Yeah, but we can't do that. You know. Chaska says, I was one of the inventors of dirt. Okay. You want to explain that? Tom says, yeah, that's how all the illegals got a CDL to drive a big rig. That's what we need. People who can't read and speak English driving on our roads. So many more truck accidents in the last year than... Oh, it's true. Of course, they're starting to crack down on them now, so... a lot of them are out of California, believe it or not. Apparently Newsom would give anybody a license. You know, oh, you can drive that truck? Sure, here's your license. Here's your CDL. And the whole point of the CDL was to weed people like that out. And I remember when the CDL came about in Florida, we had a big problem with, you know, illegals driving tomato trucks and overturning them on every corner they tried to take. First off, they were overloaded. These idiots didn't have enough sense to slow down to make the turn. Next thing you know, they're on their side. There's a gazillion tomatoes on the road. I mean, it was a weekly affair. It was bad, you know. Then the CDL came out, and that took care of that. You know, you had to take a course and prove that you were a worthy driver. I mean, I was against the CDL. I still kind of am. You know, I could drive a truck. I did drive truck for 18-wheeler for a while. I didn't do any over-the-road stuff, but all local stuff, you know, everything from 18-wheeler on down. The only thing I never drove was, you know, commercial bus. I had, at the time, I had a chauffeur's license, which allowed me everything except transporting people. But, you know, so I thought, well, this is bullshit, you know. You know. Because, I mean, I drove forklifts most of my life. You know, places I worked at, I was a forklift operator at some point or another. Now you need a license for that. You know, it's bullshit is all it is, you know, I think. But like I said, if we didn't have the illegals here in the first place, that wouldn't even be an issue. And they should go a step beyond that to anybody who hires them. Should also be penalized, possibly jailed, or even deported. You know. And they only hire them because they'll work for half the money that, you know, a qualified driver would charge. It's bullshit, it really is. Chasko, that's how old are you? You're 70? Well, you got 5 years, or 4 years on me. I'm 66. No. Not too far behind you. Tom says, it took me a long time to get my CDL when I worked for FedEx, but they get it for free and no time to wait. Took me almost a year to get. Another 6 months to get the hazmat added on to the CDL. I could have got it for free because I was working for an ice plant at the time. And they wanted me to get a CDL, but we didn't have any 18-wheelers there. We had straight trucks, you know, 10-ton and over. I would have had to get, you know, the add-ons, the air brakes, And what else was there? I don't think, no, it wasn't no hazmat, but I had to get for air brakes and something else. And I had a guy that was going to loan me his rig, his 18-wheeler, and I was going to get certified on that. And then last minute he backed out on me, and I says, well, you know, I'm not just going to get it for a straight truck. That's ridiculous. I should have done it, though. In 66 I was born. I was born in 59. Damn kids. I wish I was born a little later, but well, maybe not, though. I don't know. It's a shame, really, that, you know, that everything has gotten, you know, they're getting so stupid. In Arizona, if you get caught speeding in excess of 100 miles an hour, you will be required to put a speed limiter on your car that you got to pay for. I understand they're about $1,700. So you could continue driving, otherwise they'll suspend your license for a year or so. That's bullshit, man. Joe was born in 55. Well, you're not too far away from me, Gerald. And Tom, you're 55 as well. Okay. But yeah, I don't believe all this shit. You know what? You try and put something on my car, we'll see how that goes. You know, ain't happening. And I don't generally drive over 100 miles an hour, but I've been known to, you know. I don't do it in town, obviously, but, you know, you get on the open road, who the hell cares? And if that many people are doing it, maybe instead of fining them or putting speed limiters on their cars, we should raise the fucking speed limit. Right? I mean, come on. How hard is it to figure out? Chasko was born in 51. Yeah, you're an old man. Older than me, anyway. Yeah, I look back in my life and I'm trying to figure out where the hell the last 66 years went. I don't know. 58 and I still identify as a male. Yeah, 66 I identify as a male too. Always have and always will. Tom says, you don't touch my car, my gun, and my girl. There you go. I agree with that 100%. You know, because at the end of the day, that's all we got left, you know. I mean, hell, they've taken away everything else. I was telling Deb, I said, Tom's going to have to leave New Jersey if it gets any worse up there. So you might have to start thinking about moving, you know. You guys are getting taxed to death up there. I can't believe how bad it is, you know. I couldn't afford to live there. Just the taxes are more than I make every year. Something needs to be done. Now, Gerald's in agreement with Tom. And he should be. Of course, you know, at some point, if we live long enough, we may have to defend all three of those at gunpoint. I don't know. I hope not, but I could see where it might happen. I don't know. So what else am I doing here? That was my overlay quit. I don't know what the hell's going on with that. It don't work anymore. And I don't know why. It's not bringing up anything for some reason. I might have to start looking for a different way of doing things. Possibly. See what happens if I well, that's weird. Can I not type anything on there anymore? That could explain a lot. not even working up here on the main one. Oh, wait a minute, it just came up now. I'm waiting for someone to try and steal my food at a supermarket. It will not end with it. You know, it's funny because there's a YouTube video earlier. A guy did just that. He stole from Walmart, and the cops tried to stop him. He drew a gun on the cops. They blew him away. And I said, that's good, because you know what? They needed to. You know, and you know it was going to happen. My wife goes, I can't believe people are getting killed over food. Well, theft is theft, and theft is wrong. And the thing is, you can get free food. You go to the food banks. Some of the churches have food they'll give you. There's always a place to get food for free. So stealing from the stores is not going to help any. And, you know, I agree with Tom. You try and take my food, you're going to meet the 45. It's just the way it works, you know. I don't care. You know, I earned my money. I mean, I don't work anymore, but I paid a lot of taxes so I can enjoy this money in my old age. It's mine. And, you know, I'm not going to let anybody take it from me. I don't give a damn what color you are either. Black, white, purple, don't matter. Steal from me, you die. So, you know, it's that simple. I mean, what are you going to do? And I think you're going to see a lot more of that because, you know, and unfortunately, or fortunately, depending how you look at it, a lot of the white guys, you know, got on YouTube and said, you know, you go ahead and try and stick my food. You'll be met with, you know, equivalent force to put it. You won't have to worry about being hungry anymore. I think was the way they put it. Even had a woman, she did a short, and she goes, you know, y'all think you can steal food from me? I got news for you. She pulls up her shirt and looked like a 9mm sitting on her hip, you know. And she goes, there will be retaliation. You know. And I have to agree with that. I mean, you know, it's just wrong. It's bad enough to steal from the store. If you try and steal from other people that also have to work or earn their money other ways, you know, ain't going to happen. Next time you go by a church handing out food, which is great, check out the cards. Well, of course. Well, that's true of everything, though, you know. And I'm not going to name names or anything, but, you know, it seems like the people who collect food stamps all drive Cadillacs, Lincolns, BMWs, Jaguars, you know, Lexuses. I mean, what the fuck? You know? There's something wrong with that whole picture. There really is. But then they had that one big fat black woman. She must have been like 500 pounds easy. Crying and crying. I ain't got no food. I'm going to starve and they don't care. And I'm thinking, lady, you could probably go a month without food. You'll be fine. Hell, you might even lose some weight. You know? I mean, what the fuck, man? Even my wife said these people don't know what starvation is. And she's absolutely right, you know. And I love that one woman, it's a white woman. She gets on YouTube and says, the taxpayers have to feed my babies. It's their job. And I'm thinking, where the hell did you hear that from, bitch? That ain't happening. You know. I'm sorry, but, you know, it's bad, but, you know, and realistically, the people who are complaining right now, they brought this on themselves. They got greedy. They got demanding. And they're pissing away the money on junk food. Now, I understand it comes January 1st. You can't buy any junk food with food stamps or EBT. You can only buy quality, nutritious food. I'm 100% for that. You know. So no more Takis, no more Cheetos, no more Coke or Pepsi. You have to buy real food. You wait and hear them scream then, you know. spend my SNAP on cigarettes, and well, and some of them do. Tom says, see what I mean? The government-elect is changing her tune on Trump. She blasted him and her opponent during the election. She can't make up her mind. Well, that's true. I was saying this whole thing, it's all bullshit, you know. There's only three groups that should get food stamps. The elderly, the disabled, and the veterans. If you ain't one of the three, you don't get jack. Get a fucking job. And if you don't, well, you go hungry, you know. And if you steal, you may get unalived. Either way works for me, you know. Some lady said she paid for gas with her EBT card. How's that possible? Well, the EBT card has two functions. You can buy food with the SNAP benefits on there, and you also get cash benefits on the card. Now, I've heard, I don't know how true it is, that some people may have $15,000, $20,000 on their cards that they actually could use to buy anything with. Gasoline, pay their rent, whatever. There was one black woman, she claimed she had $13,000 in cash on her EBT card, plus $4,000 a month in groceries for the SNAP part of it. And I'm thinking, holy shit, you know. I mean, yeah, she had 9 kids, but, you know, that's not my problem. I mean, I could live for half a year on that, maybe more. I mean, I get $21,000 a year from Social Security disability. That's it, you know. Well, actually, I get less than that. I think I get $18,000, and I get the rest from my guest house, which isn't much, $600 a month. But I mean, you know, I'm not living like a king. I'm not hurting. You know, I wish I had more money, but I don't, so I can live with it. But these people go out there and they got EBT cards with $15,000, $20,000 on it, plus food. I'm asking myself, well, how in the fuck did this happen? You know. Yeah, you can buy anything with the money aspect. That's what it's there for. It's like welfare. Maybe it is welfare. I don't know, but it's part of the card, but a separate part of it. Because you got SNAP and then you got the other part, which I get probably just welfare. It's combined on the EBT card. That's more money than most people make in a month. See how fucking like it. Yeah, lazy or not though, they're getting crazy money for it. Up here they sell $300 SNAP for $100 cash in the supermarket. Yeah, they do. I've known people that did that. Usually 50%. If you have $300 worth of food stamps, you sell for $150. At least that's what it used to be. Probably is down to $100 now. And so somebody got, you know, $300 worth of food for $100. It's a good deal all the way around, but it's also a felony if you get caught. Both parties, those selling and those buying. So don't do it. They will go in and buy your food for you. Yeah, almost. 6 Rugrats get you $4,200. Yeah, exactly. It's crazy. You know. And the thing is now, and I'm not big on food stamps, but I did apply a couple of years ago because, you know, every little bit helps, but they wanted to give me $18 a month. And they, you know, they gave me the card and everything. I called them up. I said, well, I'm just going to cut the card, keep your money. Somebody needs this more than I do because $18 is an insult, you know. I could eat maybe 3 days on that. Yeah, I just shouldn't use my own money. Fuck you, you know. And of course they took it back, but I mean, you know, so I get $18 a month, you know, and I'm not freeloading off anybody. But somebody's got 6 kids, 6 different dads, doesn't work, hasn't worked a day in their life, and they get $4,200 a month. There's something seriously wrong with this picture. No, not yet, Thomas. Probably won't be till next week. I gotta pack it up yet. I still gotta, I got a box. I got wrapping paper and all that. Padding paper. But I'm still doing the paint. I gotta wait for the paint to dry before I can even attempt to ship them, and it may take a few days for the paint to cure. Don't worry, you'll get it soon enough. Be patient. Tom says it cost me $18 when I got it off. That's what I'm saying. That's nothing, I mean, I could buy really cheap food, and it probably, last me 3 days. But, plus I'm diabetic, so I have to eat specific foods to stay alive. I mean, I could eat beans, but I can't stomach beans. They don't stay down, so don't do you any good to eat something that you can't keep down. So, so I eat a lot of hamburger. I get all beef hot dogs, no fillers in them, strictly meat. Chicken, some fish every now and then when I can afford some cod. And that's the kind of stuff I eat. I mean, I'll get an occasional steak. I can't afford a lot of it. I usually have to buy whatever's on sale. Usually something thin, which I don't mind. But I mean, these people walk into the store, they grab 30, 40 packs of T-bones and some salmon, and they've got, $400 worth of fish and steak there, and it's all free of charge. Meanwhile, the rest of us, well, we get to eat. 4,200 to vote Democrats, that's about what it amounts to. Groceries maybe 5,000. Well, yeah, I can eat rice. As a matter of fact, I have a ton of rice. That's kind of my emergency food, though. I've got 85 pounds of rice in case the shit hits the fan. Now, rice is not the best thing for me to eat, but hell, it keeps the Asians alive, so I figure it can't be that bad, Well, that's true. The stores are the problem as well. I mean, I just read this afternoon that Walmart's going to raise their prices because supposedly now that there's no EBT, no food stamps, the stores are empty. So they're taking a hard hit. So how are they going to fix it? Oh, let's raise the prices even higher. We should boycott. I don't go to Walmart, and I just don't like Walmart, but everybody should boycott Walmart until they halve their prices. Then go back and do business with them. And if they're the ones who are making a killing on the food stamps, you're right, they're part of the problem. And that's just taking advantage of free money. So they said when everybody started taking food stamps, the prices shot up. Because, it's free money, and the people who have them, they don't care if they spend $50 on a piece of meat. That normally would only be 20. Hey, even in Winn-Dixie, I can look at their steaks. They got $40, $50, $60 cuts of meat in there, and they're small. I was looking at it, New York strip. I wanted $52 for fucking 2 pounds of it. And I'm going, are you fucking kidding me? Even if I had the money, I wouldn't spend it on that. Just out of principle. Let's see. Sorry guys, changing the subject. Today I found an NCE Witch 8 MK2 is not working. 7 turnouts will not work. Decoder is powered but is not receiving DCC information is the error. Oh, that sucks. So we had to switch the whole board out then? Switch 8 Mark II, damn finger's not working now. Typical. Yeah, I'm not familiar with it either, but yeah, I gotta get on you though, Thomas. I told you, the more high tech you get, the more problems you're gonna have down the road. It's cool and all, but you might have to rethink it. Maybe try and back down a little bit on the tech. Maybe do some old school stuff. Still automate, but automate in an old school way, and you might be better off for it because these electronics apparently they're not stout enough to hold up to any abuse whatsoever, even though I'm sure you're not abusing it. But that's my problem. That's why I won't do a lot of that stuff, because I don't need the headaches. I had enough fucking headaches just with DCC. You know? And, well, it's cool to to have all that stuff automated, or have it right in your cab controller, but I don't know. Like I said, I don't mind buttons and knobs. You know, yeah, it's old school, but I'm less likely to have any problems with that stuff where you will. So, something to think about, you know. I run Digitrax, but yeah, it can. I guess that's what I got too. Matter of fact, just was it last year, I bought the new handheld because the old one took a shit on me. I didn't know it had a lifetime warranty on it. Of course, I took it apart and couldn't do anything with it. But I bought the new one. I'm going to get another one at some point. Now, these are nice. I like them, but they do sort of act up every now and then. And really, one of the biggest problems with them, the knobs at the top, if you don't use them a lot, they'll stick and skip. It turns fine. Like normally, you'd want to advance your speed steps, one step at a time. It might jump 10, and then it might not go at all for 3 or 4 turns. But if you spin it rapidly a few times, that cleans it up, and it's good for a little while longer. That's the only problem I've had with that controller, and mostly because I'm not using it enough. Because my trains weren't running for almost 6-7 months, I think. So now I'm trying to run them every day and keep everything going good. Thomas says, all my turnouts are in spots that I use a motor to control them, but just a few in view, so they are all done. Thomas, is there a reset, or can you reboot it? No, I think that's part of the problem, Derek. Like you said, the electronics fucked up, and probably replacement's the only solution, I'm sure. He says, I hate the power saving option on that throttle. Yeah, I don't like it either. It's a pain in the ass. There's constant power going to. Why not keep the display on? And there's no way around it. At least I haven't found one anyway. It's a shame that they don't have some sort of a hardware update where you can switch it on and off, because I just leave it on, because when I'm not in here using the trains, I shut all the power down anyway. But when I come in here to play with the trains, I flip all power, and it'll come up, the screen will be lit, and by the time I get around to actually doing something with it, it goes in the energy saving mode and shuts down. You got to hit a button to bring it back up. It's a pain in the ass. And I don't understand why it's there. I can understand it if you're on battery mode, because this works both ways. I can unhook the cable and it's Bluetooth, and I can run off the built-in battery that's in it, which is always charged. But I always use straight power from the from the power pack. There's no reason for it to turn off, and I don't know why they built that into it. I think somebody just wasn't fucking thinking, Derek says, I power cycled the device. Yes, you can reset it, but I am waiting on NCE to get back to me. Okay. Sometimes that works, sometimes it don't. And so that's always been my bitch about electronics in general. That's why I laugh when they say they're going to use them in space. We're going to travel 400 years to the next galaxy or next planet. It's like, yeah, the electronics ain't going to last that long. The ship will be dead in water probably 30 years. Hell, I don't know, 400, So I'm saying it's a joke. So I don't know what they're going to do with that. But that's one of the reasons why I try and keep things as simple as possible. It's cool to have automation, and there's some things I do want to automate here, but most of it's going to be manually controlled, you know, with buttons and knobs. All my turnout controls will be on the fascia with a knob. Turn it left to go to the main, turn it right to go to the diversion. Simple, shouldn't have any issues with it, and you know, it's the way to go. Now, yeah, I could set it up to run through my, you know, cab controller, but why? You know. So, yeah, like I said, that's just the way I do things. What can I say? Then I have minimal wiring as well. When you start getting all the electronic stuff, your wiring multiplies and you have the equivalent of spaghetti underneath your layout, you know. I'm not a big fan of spaghetti wiring. You know. Even though my wiring is very sloppy. I will clean it up at some point, but at the moment, nah. You know. Now the second level will be a lot cleaner. Mostly because I can reach all of it without getting on the ground. Because I can get down easy, getting back up's a little bit of a problem. So, I tend to try and stay on my feet whenever I do something. It's also one of the reasons why I don't get a lot done on my vehicles. Tom says, I love spaghetti. Yeah, I like the kind you eat. Not so much the other kind, though, you know. Of course, when I was younger, I did a lot of that stuff, too, you know. Well, not on trains so much, but other projects. There was a lot of wiring, and, you know, I wired up my own cars and stuff because I did a lot of weird things on my cars, you know. On my Le Mans, the one with 6 wheels, I took everything off the dash and put it up on the upper console on the roof. I had my ignition switch up there, which was nothing more than a push button and a covered toggle. My headlights, taillights, windshield wipers, 4-way flashers, a couple other ones, I don't remember what they were for. All interior lights and stuff. Everything was up in that console. I had a console custom built for me out of ABS plastic and mounted all my switches and stuff in there. And at one point, I even, you know, the micro cassette recorders, you know, the mini cassettes. I took a micro cassette, took the tape out of it, and put a series of magnets in there with, you know, varying like 10 magnets. One would be north, one would be south, the other one would be south, the other one would be north. It was like a combination. And I had magnetic reed switches inside a box, and you put this tape, this cassette tape with the magnets in the box, and that was your key. So I didn't need keys anymore for the car. It worked pretty good for a while. Yeah, I ran it through relays, and the relays I was using wasn't really strong enough to hold. So what would happen is you'd be going down the road flying, then a relay would disengage, and your engine would shut off. Like, well, that ain't no good. So I wound up abandoning that. But I was looking for all kinds of different things to do that would make the car unique. And like I said, I did a lot of weird stuff. And there was a lot of wiring in there, believe me. A lot more than the car originally came with. I was driving it back from Indiana one year. And it was in Indianapolis, 3 o'clock in the morning, and the fucking wiring went up in smoke. Lost everything. Engine shut down, no lights. So here I am in the middle of Blacktown, 3 o'clock in the morning, with a 6-wheel car. You know, I had I had extra wire and tools and everything else. I got the headlights and taillights and brake lights working and the engine running, and got the hell out of Dodge. I was a little scared, you know. Things could have not went well, but... all right, have a good one, man. Thanks for popping in, Andy Mano. And we'll see you next week. Be safe, have fun, and enjoy your weekend. So, you know, I've had a lot of experience with wiring, and sometimes it doesn't take much for one to short out, and boof, you're up in smoke. It is what it is. But, yeah, those were good times, man. Hey, GRE 2057. How's it going, man? Good to see you here. I don't know who you think you're talking to. There's no gentleman here. I don't think. Or maybe we are. Who knows? Guess it depends your definition of gentleman. So yeah, I learned a lot over the years and figured, you know, that KISS, keep it simple, stupid. There's a lot of truth to that. You know, if you keep something simple, hey, it's easier to work on when it does break, if it breaks. And chances are it won't break as often as the complicated stuff will. Just something to think about, you know. Like I said, there's some of the stuff I really don't know how to do regarding the trains, but most of it I can figure out. But like I said, do I really want to... Yeah, I like playing with them. I don't like fixing things. I spent my entire life fixing things. Now I kind of just want to enjoy everything, you know. And hopefully with little to no problems. So that's kind of where I'm at with this whole thing. Oh. You still running over there? Yeah, we're still running. Knock wood, trains are still running. Imagine that. Matter of fact, turn the music off then. Yeah, they're all still going pretty good. I wanted to move the cameras around to get some different perspective, but I didn't have time. Because like I said, I had some issues earlier that I had to deal with. But for next week, you're going to be seeing some different views, hopefully. And I'm just happy they're all running as well as they are. And like I said, I may put that as my background and have me in the middle or down in the corner or something. Not too small, but small enough to where you can still see the trains run. No, Tom does that with his. He's got his 8 cameras up, and he's off in the left, you know, well, his left, with him in there. But his image is small, but still, it's pretty cool, you know, to do it that way. So, and I don't have the flexibility that StreamYard does, but I have flexibility in other areas to where I can custom do things, and that's like, so I just gotta really just take the time to do it, you know. So, that's the plan. Yeah, if I remember right. Up in Smoke was about the good times until an ambulance rips by. Yeah, there you go, right? It is what it is. That thing quit again. Yeah, it did too. And so this thing locks up about every 20 or 30 minutes or something. I don't know what the hell's going on. If I refresh the screen, it like restarts, but I lose everything prior to it. but just on that screen. I still got my YouTube chat box up here on the main screen. Thank God for that, otherwise I'd really be screwed. But that's kind of the way the whole thing works now. It sucks. You got 1 inch of snow for me on Sunday. Well, it sucks to be you, maybe. Right? I heard there was going to be a lot of white stuff flying. Mostly out west and up, I guess, in the north and the west. We're supposed to see really cold temps down here, which I know is nothing like yours is. But if it gets down to 30 here, that's like 10 below zero up there. We have a different kind of cold. It's very moist or wet. And when it hits your bones, it stays there. So, you know, because I could go up north. Well, I used to anyway. Used to go to Indiana in the winter. And it'd be, you know, 15 degrees out. I'd be out playing with a sleeveless shirt, you know. I had a pair of snowshoes on because your feet are always affected by it. But just a pair of jeans, my snow boots, and a sleeveless shirt. And I was fine. Like I said, the 18, 19 degrees. Come down here and holy shit. Hey, Gerald, you're taking off. All right, man. Well, thanks for popping in. Have a good and safe weekend. We'll see you next week. And guys, remember, if you want a mini-me done of yourself, take a full-length photograph, preferably against a blank wall or a door, and send it to Tom Grassi, or if you want to send it to me and I'll forward it to him, however you want to do it. And we can either get you a file that you can print your own, or Tom said he would print some up for you. So, you know, take advantage of it. It's a hell of a deal. Bernard says, grandson just left, had a load of pipe, but he forgot to stop and pick up my distributor. Stupid Chevy design. Well, shit happens, Bernard. What can I say? At least the chat's working again. Oh, man. So, what do I got planned for next week? I'm not really sure. Hopefully I'm done printing for everybody else and I should be able to print some of my own stuff. Hopefully. Maybe I can get some of these locomotives figured out why they're not working right. There's something going on. I don't know what it is, but I'll find out. Because in the past, I've never had any problem with JMRI or Decoder Pro. It all worked flawlessly for me. And I still don't think that that's where the problem is. I think that the problem's probably in my locomotive itself. Hard telling. You know. Thomas says, Jim, I wonder if there's a golden spike on the sugar line. No, I'm pretty sure there isn't. Ain't nothing golden down here, man. It's a pretty long train I got going there. How many cars I got? Let me count them. Baby. Right, I'll check them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 so far. 18, 19, 20, 21 so far. Got a lot. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. so far. Let them catch up a little bit here. I finally found Joe Rader's car. I put that in there. What did I say that was? 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Well, that was 26. 27, 28, 29, 30. 32 cars. Not bad. Hey, JD, how you doing? Good to see you. I just counting my cars on the one train. What did I say I had? 30? No, fuck, I don't remember now. I got sidetracked. But there's a lot. I think I said 30. 30 or 32. So we're doing pretty good with that. And I've got a bunch more I might put on. You never know. Of course, I may have to put a DPU in there somewhere because it's getting pretty damn long. Is this the long train job? Could be, JD. I haven't done a challenge in forever. Of course, it all depends how much room you got. Now, I think the longest train I had went 3/4 around, 3/4 of the track. Had like 120 or 125 cars. I could probably do it again. Tom said, Jim, I counted 32. Yeah, that sounds about right. I'd sure like to get some of this bullshit done so I can get out of my layout before I die. Speaking of which, another friend in the ground tomorrow morning. She's just getting shorter, unlike Jim's 32 cars. Yeah, I know, unfortunately. A lot of people passing on, man. It's the time we live in, though, you know. Jim, you're going to love the package I sent you. Well, we'll see. I'm sure I will. Bernard said, Jim's crazy train. Well, you know, I got nothing better to do except, you know, see how long I can make it, right? And like I said, knock wood. Been doing so good so far, I figure I might throw a few more on there. I got 2 drawers of rolling stock, plus what I got up top, and a few here and there. I mean, I probably got 150, 160 rolling stock here, you know. And I've got quite a few locos too, actually. I've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I got a total of 9 locos, a couple of which are not in running condition at the moment, but I've got them nevertheless. And all but one are DCC with sound. The other one's just DCC without sound. So, you know, I can still use a few more though. And of course, I want to get that the pre-order that I started on the True Fans SD40-2, but I won't see that until I think June or July of 26, which is fine because I don't have the money right now anyway. But Big Jim, I can't believe that you could print that Polar Express logo and have such detail. I'm kind of amazed too, to be honest with you, Derek. And if I had the, you know, Tom Grashy's got that A1, the bamboo whatever it is, and his works 100 times better than my Viper does. And I bet it would be perfect on his A1. And like I said, I did some resin prints. The problem with the resin is I couldn't get the size. And like this one here, this is as big as I can get, which technically this would be N scale. But there's a lot of good detail on there. I'm amazed at it. And, you know, like I said, it took 3 or 4 tries to get it right, but And I finally got it to work. Jim SMT's mainline Harrison. He has 500. Yeah, I know. That's Harrison. Yeah, Harrison. He's got, but he buys a lot of used stuff too. So, you know, and apparently he has more money than Bill's. There's a big Jim. Damn, don't let my wife hear that, Jim. Well, how long can you make it? That's 6 inches. It's about average, you know. If you get up at 8 or 9, you're not really talking anything too sizable. How large of a print can you make on the resin printer? Well, I tried tipping it up. Now I can make it longer. I think I can get 6 inches, maybe 7, if I tilt it up. But the problem is there's so many supports that there's so many fragile parts on a steam locomotive that it's hard to get the supports off without breaking off important things on the loco. That's why I decided to print it flat, caddy cornered, made it a little longer. Because, you know, my resin printer is small. It has a small build plate on it. Now, Tom Grassy's got one with a really large build plate. I think he can do 9 inches or something like that on his, I think it's his 4K. So it all depends on your printer, you know. But I didn't buy my resin printer to do locos. I did it to do people, you know, animals, small stuff that I needed detail that I couldn't do on the filament printer. So that was the main and only reason I bought it. And somehow or another I got talked into, you know, doing things like these locos and shit. I personally hate doing locomotives on the resin printer. I don't mind doing some rolling stock on the resin printer, and I have, but the problem with steam locomotives is they're too delicate. Alright, you got a 6K, okay. I remember it was a 4K or what. You can do 11 inches and up, so that's a big ass print. You paid a small fortune for that printer too, so you know. That's another problem I got. I'm on a budget. You know. What the hell did I pay? Well, the Anycubic Photon Mono 2 that I bought, that was brand new. I think I paid $160 for that, which wasn't bad. It was on sale, that's why I bought it. I have a Creality Hallett 1. The first one I bought was $120. That was like a special sale. And I had a disaster and it destroyed the LCD. To get a new LCD for it was going to cost more than what I paid for the printer. So I went on eBay and I found an open box one. It's brand new. I believe it was a return. The same one that I bought. I got it for $60. It works just fine. The only reason I don't use it more is because I don't really have a good place to put it at the moment. Once I get the extension built onto the shed, that's going to be my print room mostly and storage area. So I'm going to move all my storage containers out there and have a couple of benches where I can put all my printers on, both filament and resin. To turn the sink around so the sink will be on the back side, and that's going to be mostly just for printing. I'll probably invest in a good curing wash station there too, because right now I use water wash, which I like for the resin, but it still makes a mess of the sink. And about every couple of months you got to go in there with a shitload of 91 alcohol just to clean the residue off the inside of the sink. If I had a wash station, I wouldn't have that problem. So, you know. Tom says, yeah, I know you got a 4K too. I thought you did. But the 6 is the big one. Okay. Tom says, Jim, I started putting my resin prints in water. You know, I did that too. I did that with this logo. I had it sit in water overnight. I had a little 1-gallon bucket that's on the floor. And I put everything in there, let it soak overnight, and you're right. Supports practically fall off. It does help a lot. So thanks for that idea, man. Because before I wasn't doing that. I was just running water over it, gotten it cleaned up, and then took the supports off, then put it in the curing station. And like that, a lot of times I would break really fragile parts, which is a pain in the ass. So now I've kind of gotten away from that. Bernard says, geez, by the time I get my Ender 3 opened, it may be a collector. Yeah, well, it'll definitely be obsolete. You know, like I said, the big one now is that Bamboo Labs A1. That's a nice machine. Very fast. You can get the multiple color unit to add on to it for extra money, of course. And it's fast, it's quiet, and does a superior job, way better than my Viper does. And the Viper was great at the time, but you know, it is what it is. Yeah, everything's tougher than the resin, believe it or not, Thomas. PLA, even a regular PLA is tougher than resin. PLA Plus is a little better. Got ABS, PETG. The resin is basically very fragile, but it's designed to do fragile work. So I said, when you're doing people, you can't do this on a filament printer. Now this is Dave Thurber, Crooked Dave. There's a very good likeness of him. I got to paint him up tomorrow, or whenever I get to it. You can't do that on a filament printer. Just you'll get a blob and that's it. So so Jim, use your wife's side of the sink. No, I got my sink out here. If I brought the shit in the house, she'd hang me up by the balls, and I wouldn't blame her, you know. No, it's just, it does make a mess, even though it's water washable, but it still leaves a residue, and you got to be careful of the residue. Had to order padded envelopes so I could send out the figures. That's what I did, Tom. I bought the envelopes, and I got these here. See if I can get one out here without dumping everything all over the place. Maybe not. I got these from Amazon. They were cheap. I got 48 of them for $9. The little plastic tubs that split in half like that. You see them pretty good. And they snap together. And you could probably put maybe a dozen mini-me's in there without hurting them. You throw this in the padded envelope and you're ready to rock and roll. Not have to worry about damage. He said I bought 48 of them. I've used, I think, 12 of them so far. For $9 you couldn't go wrong. Because I was thinking about using these Tic Tac containers. And I actually bought 7 of them. I cleaned out the store at the dollar store. Turned out I really like Tic Tacs. But the cases are so big that they're useless. So those little tubs are the way to go. Jim, after I got the supports off, I run the prints. Yeah, I do the same thing, Tom. No, I don't have any black. I'm out of the black. I've got a little bit of clear left. And I've got my last bottle of white. I finished the other bottle on your stuff. So, 'cause I was buying 6-packs of the bottles. It was cheaper. I can't remember what I paid for 6. I think they were like $17 each, but you got to buy them 6 at a time. It was a good deal. As I said, the white's easy because after you cure the white, you can paint it any color you want. Because prior to that, I was using the gray. The only reason I bought the black is because I wanted to do tires for my model cars. And I did a bunch of tires for them. That stuff, it gets expensive after a while. I gotta refresh again. This thing marked up that quick already. Which, like I said, I'm unfortunately spending too much time building stuff for other people. Of course, normally I get paid for it, but I don't really mind doing it, but I think for a while I'm going to slack back so I can get some of my stuff done. Because unfortunately, when I'm doing something for everybody else, I'm not getting anything done for me. And, you know, I've got a lot of printing that I've got to do, you know, for my layout, and I'm really behind on it, and I got to get cracking on it. I got to take a brief break for about 2 minutes. I got to take a leak bad. So I'm going to put the trains on. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Man, I could have pissed a small lake on that one. Alright, Bernard, have a good one, man. Thanks for popping in, and yeah, we'll see you next time. Be safe, have a fun weekend. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, which leaves you wide open. So, anybody in here tonight from Missouri? No, not me. Oh, thanks, Derek. Oh, man. Yeah, we're getting there. It's just a matter of time. But I really want to put more effort into my layout for the remainder of the year and hopefully in the next year. Does paint come off resin? If you cure the resin, no, it'll stick to it just like anything else. I mean, you could use paint remover to take it off, obviously. I don't know if it would hurt the resin or not, so I wouldn't recommend it. But, I actually painted this one because it looks so much nicer with paint on it. Yeah, it's kind of hard to get a good look at it there, but it looks good. I mean, I put a really thick coat on there, so I said it's going to take a couple of days to really cure out. I left it outside for most of the day today to help, dry and cure it some more. Then it started raining, so I had to bring it in. But, I mean, most of these are black anyway, so I figured it'd be okay. And I did the same thing with the tender. And the tender's still too sticky to touch. But it printed nice, So, you don't want them on. Now, it won't come off on its own. Not likely, anyway. So, it's like I said, the resin is just like, it's like painting any kind of plastic. And the resin is, for all intents and purposes, it is plastic. So it's just a matter of making sure it's cured. Now, I had a print that I didn't cure properly. I painted it, and the paint never dried. And I wound up having to throw it away because there wasn't anything I could do with it. So I learned from that to realize, to know that I had I cured this one, I think, for like 20 minutes before I attempted to paint it, so it was good and dry. No sticky or tackiness to it. Would a big boy tender fit on the resin printer? If I stood it up, yeah, it probably would. Because that's about, what, about 6 inches? Yeah, I don't think it's much more than 6-7 inches. But I'd have to stand it up in there. My build plate's only 5 inches wide. So, if it's HO scale, it shouldn't be an issue. Now, O scale would not fit in there, obviously. Or even S, I don't think would either. But yeah, I think it would. Why, do you have a plan for something? Do you need a big boy tender? And keep in mind, too, that if I can't do it, Tom Grassi could, because he has a bigger resin printer than I do. Now, if he can do 11 inches, he could sit it on its wheels and print it full size with no problem. So, if worst come to worst, you can always ask him. I'm sure he'd be more than happy to work a deal with you. So, he said, I don't mind doing it, but I do have limitations. Only because of the size of the printer. Well, like I said, when I bought that printer, my sole intention was doing small things. So the gray filament Polar Express is naturally colored. That's the color. I thought it was black, but I didn't pay much attention to it. I didn't paint that because you'll probably have to do some cleanup on it. There's a few, odd stray hairs and stuff on there that you might have to, take off, but it's a very fragile model, but if you're careful, you could clean it up real nice and then you could paint it or leave it that color or do whatever you want with it. But like I said, there's some little imperfections here and there, but nothing that can't be easily fixed. Like extra, like stray filament and stuff is on here and there, but overall it's pretty good. I mean, I was really amazed at how well it came out. Even the tubes up top, they're not 100% straight, but they're there. And that's amazing in and of itself that they were there. But you get down near the wheels and stuff, and it's kind of hard to see, but they said like right here, or right there, there's a little extra hairs above the wheels. And I'll leave that for you to remove. I don't have the patience. I wind up breaking something. I don't want to do it. Or you could just leave it there, and it'll be fine. But Derek says, if I build the roundhouse, I wouldn't want to try and fill 48 stalls with big boys at $800 a piece. That's true. There's no way I could do a big boy shell, though. I mean, that's not possible. I'm not even sure if Tom's printer is capable of doing that, because That big boy's a big ass locomotive. That thing's what, like 15 inches long, 16 inches long, I think. He says he's only got 11. So he'd have to do it in 2 pieces. And that would be troublesome in itself. Pogo's down here where he likes to lay underneath the bench and just kind of hang out and sleep. He's a little camera shy. Right, Pogo? What do you got to say for yourself? Come up here? Come here. He won't do it. He knows when the camera's running. As soon as the camera goes off, he'll be up in my lap, guaranteed. Jim can make an N scale, big boy. Well, not really. I mean, like I said, I don't want to make a habit of doing this. It's very problematic, and you run into so many problems. That's really not worth it. There says no, just the tenders stick out. The big boys and tenders are over 18 inches long. Yeah, like I said, that's a long ass locomotive. They probably had special buildings for them, I would imagine. A roundhouse or an engine stall of some sort. 48 times $800. That's like what, $12,000, something like that. That's a lot of fucking money. I saw an N scale BLI. It was a 282, I think, 284. Steam loco with smoke. And it was at Train World, and they was on sale. They wanted $849 for it, for an N scale. And I'm thinking, motherfucker. I mean, I'd love to have a big boy here, and I know it'll run on my track, but I can't afford that kind of money. That's nuts, So I bought the BLI I have. That's a 464 something. I don't even remember now. I don't have it in front of me, but I got that on sale. That was DCC with sound and smoke, and I think I paid $215 for it. And I thought that was a lot of money, but like I said, it was a special. It was like a clearance sale, and that's why I bought it. And at the time when I bought it, I still had my layout down in Naples, and it wouldn't run on that because it said it would run on 18-inch curves. Bullshit. It didn't run on 18s. And that's what I was running down there. Now here I've got 28 and 30. So there isn't anything here I can't run. I did have a train just stop on me, though. I wonder why. That's another thing, too. That engine I got, the bloody nose, southeastern or southwestern, whatever it is, it gets hot and shuts down. I'll let it cool off and it'll be fine. And I think that's what happened here. It's been running a while. So I'm going to shut it down, let it rest for a bit. And that's the only one that does that. And like I said, it's almost like it overheats and has to shut down. Then when it cools back down, it's fine. So, and that has a Tsunami 2 in it from the factory. I don't know what the deal is. I also know that I got to get a new power supply for my Digitrax. I'm using a Chinese power supply. It's a big box. It's adjustable from 5 to 30 volts and up to 5 amps. I've got it cranked to 14 or 15 volts and 5 amps, and I don't think it's putting out quite that much. So I'm going to have to buy another power supply. Or I may look and see. I don't know if a laptop power supply will work or not. I don't know if it's got the amps for it. And other, a lot of them are, anywhere up to 19 volts. But I don't know how many amps they pull. So either way, I want to get some at least 5 amps. Southern Pacific, that's what it was. Thanks for correcting me, Thomas. Well, they were worried about that, Tom, because, you said I did a pre-order with Train World, and so did Dave Thurber, Crooked Dave. Both of those true fans, we pre-ordered from them. And that actually came up in the YouTube feed, I think, or it was MSN. And they were kind of leaving it up in there. They said if things get bad, they would get out of New York. Which I don't think will affect our pre-orders any. But I could see them leaving New York because, damn, he wants to raise the corporate taxes. Like a lot. And if he were to do that, that means we'd have to pay more probably for our locomotives. And I'm not paying more than, it's already at $412 delivered. And I don't want to pay any more than that, so I would probably cancel it if it went over. So it's hard telling what's going to happen with that. We'll have to wait and see. Like I said, that's not going to happen until probably June, July, somewhere around there. It's, I think, 210 days away. It's like 7 months. So we'll see. It's as I'm saying, the prices on this stuff is crazy. And then you got these morons coming in there and want to make them more expensive. Are they trying to bankrupt the fucking country? Well, they're well on their way. I mean, at what point, are people going to say, you know what? We just can't afford this anymore. And you know what's going to happen. It's an inevitability. So that's what I'm saying. They keep screwing around with the prices on stuff. And it's just going to get worse. I've also heard talk that the big three, the automakers, GM, Ford, and Stellantis, which does Chrysler, Plymouth, Dodge, and Jeep, they're thinking that they may wind up going belly up before it's all said and done. They can't sell their cars. Well, shit, at $50,000 minimum, what the hell did they expect was going to happen? And of course, used cars, they're outrageously priced. You can't get a decent used car now for practically under $20,000. It's outrageous. As I said, I'll keep my fucking beater, my Grand Marquis. If I blow the motor, the transmission, whatever, I'll put a brand new one and still save money. I'm not buying any more cars, not at the prices they're getting for them. Screw that. Hey, Jim, show the half Polar Express train. Oh, just the locomotive. That's this one here. It's kind of good. It's hard to get good light on it, but it's probably about as good as it's going to get. And it really did come out pretty nice. I mean, I've got no complaints. He says he also has a Southern Pacific Railroad spike from Portland, Oregon. Oh, that's cool. Oh, I chucked that one already. The only one I have is the finished product, which is this gray one here. The one that didn't finish right, I threw that away a long time ago. Got no use for it, so in the trash it went. This thing locked already on me. I don't know what the hell's going on with this thing. Or did it? Oh, it actually didn't. Okay. I thought it did, but it actually didn't. Yeah, I attempted to do the Polar Express with that gold filament, the PETG. And I didn't get far with it. This is what it came out to be. It was fucking up so bad I just stopped it and said, well, not going to happen. That filament's very hard to work with, the PETG. But I thought I did that, that remote control pocket came out so nice. I said, well, shit, I should be able to do this engine. Well, maybe not. So I'm not going to waste any more filament on it. It's a very difficult thing to print. I think all steam engines are. Whether you filament print them or you resin print them, they're just so complex and fragile that they're very difficult to print. Now, I wish you were in the steam engine or diesel engines. Those are easier to print. I could print diesels all day long. Both on the filament and on the resin printer. Don't get any ideas because I don't want to make a habit of this, but just saying that, like for this, for example, now I'm sure somebody makes a 3D printed shell for this. This would be extremely easy to print, and on the filament printer it would print out fine. There'd be a lot of post-production on it, getting it smooth and sanded out and stuff, but there's no real fragile parts on it that I'd have to worry about. So, and that's the difference between steam and diesel. No, I think these last three here that I did for you, this is going to be the end of the steam engines for me. Pretty sure I won't be printing anymore. Now, if somebody needs a tender or something, that tender I could do, that's not a big deal. And I could do that on either machine. But as far as and I gotta point out something else too now, and this is, like I said, this is the file as I paid for it. I only paid $1.15 for it, but if you look at the bottom, you'll notice the width of the drive wheels on the locomotive. Then look at the wheels on the tender, and there's a big difference in them. So the tender actually has a wider wheelbase, or wheel width, than the loco does. So while this is slightly smaller than HO scale, but it wouldn't fit on HO track. Even if the loco fit, the wheels on the tender would be over the edge. This is a terrible file. Whoever designed this, they didn't do a very good job on it. And there's no real attention to actual scaling. I can, but I'm not going to. I gotta quit doing this stuff, man. I'm spending too much time printing stuff for other people. I'm not getting my own stuff done. It's not even a question of money. It's more of a question of, do I want to spend time building stuff for me or for everybody else? At some point I gotta say, okay, I gotta take a break from everybody else and just do for me. Because what's happening is, I only have so many hours in a day I could be out here. I do have a wife, I do have a house, I have responsibilities. I can't spend my every waking hour out here as much as sometimes I'd like to. So I have limited time to do things. And there's a lot of preparation for a 3D print. Even if you get a file off the internet, I have to download it. Sometimes I may have to pay for it. Yeah, I did. I sent yours out, the mini-me of me. You should have it any day now, Stephen. But yes, I did get your email and I sent one out for you. It'll come in a padded envelope, and the mini-me is in this little plastic case like this. Everybody that was supposed to get one so far has gotten one. Either on the way or already gotten. So yeah, so then I got to download it. Somebody may have to pay for it. Then I've got to slice it. 99% of the time, it's not going to be the proper size. It's either going to be too small, too big. You know, somebody wants HO scale, it may not be. It may be O scale. I got to shrink it. That takes time. You know, it's not a question of, oh, I got the file, pop it on the card and load it and then hit the button. It's not that easy. There's a lot involved in it. Oh, you're quite welcome, Stephen. No problem. Your what will be out next week? I'm not sure what we're talking about. So that's why I said, if I'm not doing anything and I'm all caught up with my stuff, I don't mind printing things for other people. Most of the time I do get paid for it, you know. Not always, but sometimes. But now it's not even a question of money now. It's a question of if I keep doing stuff for other people, I don't do anything for me. And that's kind of a problem for me because I'm already well behind what I'm supposed to do. Oh, okay, yeah. I'll have it in the mail probably no later than midweek. Like I said, I gotta wait for this stuff to cure, the paint to cure, and then I gotta wrap it up. I already got a box, and just get the postage on there and mail it out. And that too, Tom, good point. Because 9 times out of 10, even the shit you pay for, if you run it through 3D Builder, which is a program we 3D guys may use, there'll be errors in it. You have to you have to fix the errors. Now it's an automated program, but like for example, that Polar Express, this one here, the black one, this had 32 holes in it. I don't know what that exactly means, but they're errors. And I had to run it through 3D Builder, have it fix itself, which took almost an hour. You know, it doesn't happen instantaneously. And after it repairs itself, then I got to save the file. Then I got to load it onto the slicing program, which in my case is Cura. Well, no, that's for the filament. Alici for the resin print. Resize it. Build supports under it. And then finally print it. And sometimes a print could take 11, 12, 15, depending upon how big it is. It could take a long damn time. So I think that was an 11-hour print for this. 11 hours. Now the good news is I can forget about it. You know, I usually do. I'll set it up in the evening or afternoon. I have a UPS backup in case the power, you know, goes out. Because if the power goes out on a resin printer, you lose your print. At least the ones I have anyway. So that keeps the power on as long as they're not out for an extended period of time. The print will run through the night. When I wake up in the morning and get out here, the print's done, and I have to, of course, remove it from the build plate, which requires usually soaking it overnight. Take it off the build plate, give it a quick wash, and then take all the supports off without breaking anything. After that, I look at it, it looks good, goes in the curing box and gets cured for however long it might take. Could be 5 minutes, could be 15. So there's a lot involved in this. It's not that easy. And not that I'm complaining or anything, because I'm not. But, hey, Andrew McMurrin, how you doing? Good to see you here, man. Because I got a Proto 2000 HO-E8. It's CB and Q. Cool. My train disconnected. No, I don't think so. This one has stopped. This is on the inner main. The engine overheated and shut down. It'll take a couple hours before it'll start back up again. It does that. It's the only one in my fleet that does. I don't know what's going on. It could be a big drain and it just gets hot and goes into thermal shutdown. The other train's working fine. It looks like it's completely connected. It is, because I'm looking at it all the way down there. The engine's here. Be coming around in a minute. And I can see the back of the train all the way down there. Thomas, which resin printer do you have and how big of a print can you make on it? He's got the 6K and he says 11 inches thereabouts. And you said, is it HO? Yeah, it's HO. It's a long train, 32 cars. So that's why I said at some point I gotta, say, as much as I hate to turn anybody down, sometimes I just don't have a choice. I'll tell you what I would suggest, Thomas, is that you go out and buy a 3D printer. And you can make all the shells you want. It's not that hard to do. It's a little bit of a learning curve, but the most important thing is to be careful, because even the water wash, they tell you not to get on you. You should always wear gloves. I'm guilty of not wearing gloves all the time. But, like I said, I'm usually near water, so I'm getting a watered down resin on me. Still not, I shouldn't do it, but, I'm crazy that way. Derek says you need those automatic fans on that. Oh, yeah. No doubt. I don't know. There's some reason why it did it the other day. I was running them for about 3 hours, and it did the same thing, just shut down. I'm going, what the fuck? So I took it off. I put it on my test track over here. Nothing happened there either. The lights came on, but no motor control whatsoever. So I said, all right, fine. I put it aside. I was doing other things. A couple hours went by. I grabbed it again, put it on the track. It worked fine. So I think it just went into thermal shutdown, which probably a safety feature on them, so you don't completely burn up the decoder. Well, that's got a Tsunami 2 on there, so like I said, maybe it's pulling too many amps. I don't know. It's hard telling. I mean, the train's not that long. Shouldn't be putting too much of a strain on the loco. Hard telling. I don't know. Tom says, Derek, I have 2 Anycubic resin printers, 4K and 6K. Thomas, how big of a print until will they make and how much are they? I'll let you answer that question there, Don. On the 6K, 9 to 11 inches tall, 8 inches wide by 5 inches deep. Yeah, that's pretty big build plate. Bigger than mine. And like I said, if you don't necessarily have to you could put it on an angle. Like I did the model cars, the 1/25th scale. They won't fit on my build plate, but if I put them up at an angle, I could print them. And the way you print them, they're kind of not straight up, but up and at a tilt. And it does a better job of printing. And I've printed 2 car bodies so far, along with the chassis and all the other sort of components of a car, and they came out fairly well. I haven't had time to fool with them lately. I got a 65 Malibu. You probably can just barely see it right there. And I have my Le Mans, which I did a replica. I used to have a car just like this, a real one. Again, my bench is a total disaster right now. There we go. I had a car like this I built. It was a 73 Pontiac Le Mans. How about the taillights? And I put a 77 nose on it. And extra axles in the back, had four-wheel drive. And I drove this car around on the streets for 9 years. And I wanted to build one just like it in a model, so I took it, I modified the STL file and combined 3 cars really. A 77, a 73, and a second 73 to create this just like the real one that I made. And I've got to finish it yet. I gotta repaint it. I got all the parts are for it. I've got the engine in there. You can see the underside, engine exhaust, just like the real car. And I got to detail it out. So I'll get to it at some point. I just don't know when. But my actual plan is, some of the cars I had, and I really liked, I had a 65 Malibu SS, so I'm building a new one of those. And I also had a 65 Impala convertible. I found the file for that one. I had a 67 Impala, 4-door hardtop. I had a 65 and a 67. A 66 and a 67 Corvair. One was a 4-door, the other one was a 2-door coupe. I had all these cars that were really cool to me, and I'd like to rebuild them, build models of them, put them on display. So once I get caught up in here on the trains a little bit, I'm going to jump over to that. I'll still be doing the trains, but I'll put a little bit of side time on to building the models. And I also have to buy this machine that makes windshields. It's a little box looking thing and uses plastic sheets. And you make the form. I've already got the forms for the windshield that come with the STL file. You put the form down after you print it. Then you take the plastic sheet and it gets sucked down over the form. You let it harden and there's your clear windshield. It's just as good as the ones you buy in the certain $10 for that thing. So somewhere in the near future I'll get one, because you got to have a windshield and back windows. So you can do any glass you want on it. So I got all this cool stuff I want to get into, but like I said, because of my financial situation, it's going to be slow going. Unless I win the lottery, which I need to play more. Because that's really the only way I'm going to get any money. Hey Ray, how's it going? Raymond 127, how you doing? Tom said, Jim, I just found photos of my cars I had over the years going to make them STL files and print. Yeah, exactly, that's another thing. I did some, well, I didn't print them, but I actually bought 160, because I use 1/64th scale cars on my layout. They're Hot Wheels and the other brand, but Matchbox. But the trucks I have, they're all 187. But I found, since green, I have to repaint it, but I got a 65 Malibu SS I bought. I got a 67 four-door convertible Impala, or hardtop Impala. Of course, I have my car, my Grand Marquis, and I even painted it the exact same color as mine. So I want to do the same thing, put some of my old cars on there, you know. But I also want to have the plastic 1/25th scale models as well. I had a lot of cars. I never wrecked any of them. But I was looking for something nobody else had, and I bought a 59 Ford. Had a tourist hood on it, thought that was cool, you know, they open up backwards. I paid $25 for it. Ran great. Had a bad rear seal. I used to go to the gas station to get 5 gallons of drain oil and keep it in the trunk because it'd go through 3 or 4 quarts a day. It'd just go right out, you know. I didn't want to fix it because it's too much of a pain in the ass. But for 25 bucks, you know. But I thought I'd be the only one that had one, right? Like, I bought that car like within a couple of weeks. I saw 4 of them in Naples. Motherfucker. I wound up playing demolition derby with that one with another guy had an old beater. We took them out in the field and destroyed them. So I didn't get in an accident. I mean, I destroyed the car on purpose, then abandoned it. Like 25 bucks worth, you know. I had 2 Buick Electras. Paid 25 bucks each. Back in the day, you could buy almost any car for $25 to $50, and it ran fine. I had an Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser station wagon. Paid 25 bucks for that. Everything worked in the car, even the air conditioner. I drove that around for a year. Like I said, I tried to buy these cars that I figured nobody had. People had them. You know. But I never, like I said, I never got in an accident with any of them or, you know, tore one up accidentally. The 59 was the only one I purposely destroyed because it was fun. But I had a lot of these weird guys. A 55's Oldsmobile Rocket. That was given to me. I got a lot of trouble with that car because I was 12 years old when I got it. And the guy gave it, he says, you wanted it yours, you handed me the keys and the title. And back in those days, you didn't have to have a driver's license to put a title in your name. Went down, of course, it cost me like $4 to put the title in my name. And there was no rules about having a car in your yard without a tag on it. Never got a license plate for it because, you know, didn't have a driver's license. I drove the car around all over the place. My mother was so pissed off, she threatened to put me in a fucking youth home if I didn't get rid of it. So I had to keep it at a friend's house for a while. It was just so much hassle, I wound up selling the thing for, I think, $15, you know. It was a cool car, though, man. It was a big sled, you know. The only thing wrong with it was whoever had it, they painted all the windows. So I was there with a razor blade scraping all the paint off the windows, you know. Had that shitty green paint job. Seemed like every car back in the day had. So fun, though. Is it hard to learn, and what do you need? Only a computer you can use, or you can use your iPhone or iPad. I don't know if you could use your phone or an iPad. Probably could. I don't know. A laptop will work. A desktop will work. I don't know what else you can use, but it's really not hard. Like I said, you can get on. There's all kinds of free files available. There's Thingiverse. They got something like over 750,000 files are all free. There's a few other places, some are free, some you got to pay for. You know, it just depends what you want. And as you progress, if you can use a CAD program, I use Tinkercad a lot. I'm starting to learn FreeCAD. So you can create your own stuff and then, convert it to an STL file and print it out, because I build a lot of my own things here. So some of the stuff I need, they don't make. Can't buy it, nobody prints it. And sometimes I have to print things to my own specifications. My whole overhead rail system, that's all printed, and I designed all that. So it's, it comes in handy when you're doing stuff like that, but it's really not that hard. Like I said, a little bit of a learning curve. Depending what you're going to do and depending what you want. If you're going to do a lot of big stuff, don't waste your time with a resin printer. The filament printer will do a better job, a little bit faster and stronger. But if you want to do small stuff like people or really sophisticated, highly detailed, smaller items, then you want the resin printer. They both have a place, Tom just pointed out printables.com is also a good place to get free STL files. That's true, it is. There's about a handful. Yegi's got a place, Yegi.com. They've got a combination. Colts3d.com. They've got a combination. They got free stuff. They got pay stuff. And some of the pay stuff is inexpensive. Some of it's outrageous. And there's another site called TurboSquid.com. They want ridiculous money for the crap they got there. I mean, if you want, say, like a truck, an HO scale truck, $100 for the file, not for the print, just for the file. I'm going to take your $100 and shove it up your ass, I had, it was Tammy and Ray. They wanted a concrete pump. The pumper with the arms that pumps concrete, like for condos and stuff. Nobody built a ready-made one, but I found a file for one. The guy wanted $180 for it. I says, fuck that. So I downloaded a picture and I designed my own. It's almost identical to what he was selling. And now I have the file for it, and I built one for her, and I built a couple for myself. Because like I said, there's things like that you just can't get anywhere, Or the compactor I've got for my city dump. It's a tractor-looking thing with metal wheels that, helps crush the garbage and stuff and move it around. Has a bucket on the front. You can buy them. Once again, they're over $100 for the actual model. They have metal die-cast models, but like I said, they're over $100. They have files for them, also over $100. I said, fuck this. I designed my own. Looks just like the ones they sell, except that I designed it and built it for pennies, and it looks good, Derek says, I just remember when you made the yeah, it did. And I solved that problem by not printing the tank. And, well, I can't move it right now, but the last tanker I built, I took the drain pipe out of a sink. Well, I bought a new one. It was the 1 2 1/8. It was a smaller one in diameter for like bathroom sinks. The drain tube, cut it to length, printed caps for it, popped them on, painted the whole thing. Looks beautiful, no lines, and it's a nice smooth tank. And then I printed the base and everything else. So somebody, I think it was Gerald Stewart, suggested I used PVC pipe. And since it's thin wall, it's real easy to work with, easy to cut. And you just had to, take your micrometer, measure the inside diameter of each end. Well, they'd be the same. And make your end caps so that they would slide into it with an overhang. And it looks like it came that way, and it's really nice. Because that was one of the problems with printing the tank. Even in a resin printer, you still get lines. Not as bad as the filament printer, but you still get them. So sometimes you just got to be a little smarter than, the printer. Well, that's true, Tom, and that's the beauty of that software you've got, where you can take a photo of something and make a print out of it. So, like I said, we're getting the upper hand in all this shit. And at some point, you're going to find more printables or 3D printed stuff than you are stuff on the market, because, let's face it, the prices aren't going down. They're just getting higher and higher and higher. When like I said, I look at some of this stuff, building, they want $80 for it. It's plastic. Yeah, they put it in a mold probably. But I could print it and it comes out just as nice. And I could do it for pennies on the dollar. Why would I give $80 for something I could print for $1.50? So, I mean, at some point you're going to have to look at that and say, are you willing to pay crazy money for a piece of plastic? I'm not going to. Mostly because I can't afford it. But even if I had the money, like I bought, you can't see it from here, but there's a gas station at Esso. I think it's Esso? Exxon. An Exxon gas station. I bought it from I don't remember the name of the scale models or something like that. They specialize in stuff. It's all disassembled. The thing comes in an envelope, and you assemble it and paint it up and everything else. I paid $110 for that fucking thing. At the time, I had the extra money, and I really liked it, and I figured, this is before I really got into printing, so I bought it, Same thing, I bought Domino's Pizza. I think I paid $60-some for that. And what else did I get? I got a bag that was $100. And the Dairy Queen, the newer version, not the old-fashioned peaked roof one, but the new ones. And that was like $70, $80. I don't remember exactly. That's a lot of money for nothing, like Thompson, you can take a picture of something, boom, there it is, Or you can just sit down and design it on a CAD program and easily convert it to an STL file and print it out. I started like some of my background buildings. Most of them are printed. I did catch some files. I did a few on my own. It costs nothing. If you buy a background building, which is only this deep, from Waller's is famous for having them, they want $30, $40, $50 for one. Come on, really? For like a small section of building? Because, there's no back, and the side's only like an inch, because it's a background building. Why in the hell would you pay that kind of money for that? Hey, James, you back? So, that's what I'm saying. It's crazy. And I think what's going to happen is 3D printing, and probably even, laser printing too, or laser cutting. Lasers are coming down in price. They're still kind of pricey, but they'll come down. Those are going to be your two biggest things for making stuff for your train layout. Regardless of scale, N scale, HO scale, S scale, I don't know who uses S, or even O scale, probably even G scale, but, I think most of us are running either HO or N, Derek, that's funny. Yes, James, we were talking about you for 10 minutes. We really weren't, but we could have been. JD says, I'm always looking for something to print. Well, me too, James says, what did I do? What didn't you do? I'm just messing with you. No, it's true, though. It's just... And there's no limit to what you can print. I said I started designing and printing, rolling stock. I'm still looking for other oddities that they don't make, and I will, design and print them, and I'll have them, And it won't cost me shit. I mean, yeah, you got to buy the trucks and the couplers and the wheels, but they're not that expensive. Like the Amtrak passenger cars, now, they seem to be good. I've got them lit up and all. The metal wheels on them. They're weighted properly and all that. You can put passengers in them. And I built each one for probably around, I'd say conservatively about $15. Most of that money was for the trucks, because they had to be powered, and the components for the non-flickering LEDs, and of course the LED strips. And the couplers, because I put Katie's on it. But the housing itself and the base and the seats, what did it cost me? $1? Maybe 50 cents. So, I think it's the way to go. Now, James, of course, he has so much money. He can buy 2 of everything. I'm just messing with you, James. But realistically, you have a good budget for your trains. And apparently you're finding everything you need that's already made. Which is great. Some of us want things that don't exist. Now they make an overhead rail system. It's ridiculously expensive. They sell it like in a 14-inch length. Each length's about $30. I think I was talking about this the last week, maybe. I've got probably about 50 foot of overhead railway. It'd cost me over $1,000 for that. And I printed it for next to nothing. Even printed my stations. I've got the overhead subway stations, or whatever you call them. I got one on each end. They're lit up with passengers, the seating, and everything else. Yeah, they make them, but they would have been outrageously priced. And not only that, but I can make things in the dimensions I need or want. When you buy something that's already out there, like they had the overhead rail system, it was much wider than mine is. It doesn't need to be. So I can custom tailor everything I need, or took Tom Grassi, his subway system. Now they don't really make a subway system for model trains. He made his own. And did a hell of a job, by the way. I mean, it's extremely detailed, down to the smallest detail. He's got working ventilation fans, He's got the pipes for the electrical and, the conduits and stuff. Even got graffiti on the inner walls. You can't buy half of that shit. He had to print it, design it and print it. And, I helped him with some of it. And he's got everything he wanted. He's got a completely unique and one-of-a-kind system. That's what you get with 3D print. Oh, cool. Yeah, send me an email, Thomas. So that's my big argument for 3D printing. I know some of you guys don't need them and don't want them. That's fine. And of course, if you want something bad enough, you could always get a hold of us and say, hey, can you print this for me? And for a small fee, we'd be more than happy to do it. Sometimes even maybe free. The biggest part that sucks for you, James, is you're in Canada. And your mail system really bites ass. And it costs more to ship something than it's really worth, you know. If they ever get that straightened out, that'll be a great thing. They need to really drop the prices down, you know. So, but for those of us in the States, it's a piece of cake. I mean, you know, I think I paid, what did I pay for those mini-me's? Put 2 stamps on the envelope, padded envelope with the mini-me and the plastic thing. More than sufficient voltage. I don't know what a fence is now. It's like, what, 76 cents each or something like that. So for $1.40, give or take, I got to mail it anywhere in the country. Yeah. And like I say, even small packages aren't that bad. So, but that's my argument for 3D printing. So, you know, you take it for what it's worth. But if you want things that nobody makes, this is the way you got to do it. You can either have me or Tom make it for you, possibly charge you for it, not much, but still. Or you can learn how to do it yourself and get your own printer, and boom, you got something to go. JD, for example, John Dilly, you know, Grandpa Rails. He bought a printer. He's got a, I always have a hard time remembering what the hell my things are called. The A1, Bamboo Labs. He bought one, and he prints up everything he needs. He's saving a ton of money. He has fun doing it, apparently. I mean, it kind of, in a way, it is fun to do. And you can take pride in the fact that, you know, hey, I built that motherfucker, you know. How could you go wrong? I mean, that was my whole thing. My entire life, I built things, whether it be out of metal or wood or plastic. I built a lot of my own stuff. I fabricated things to do what I needed it to do. Yeah, Bamboo Labs A1. I know you both got them there, Tom. He's got one and you got one. Pretty soon I'll have, well, next year I'm going to get one. These Vipers are wearing out, and at some point they're probably going to lay down on me, and I'll go out. And the price of the A1's come down. First time I looked at one, they were $600. Now I've seen them down to $400, and I imagine they'll probably get even a little bit cheaper down the road. Grandpa said, Jim, you inspired me to get a printer. That makes me feel good, I guess. But it's a great thing, isn't it? I mean, look at all the stuff you're making that you can't buy. Or stuff you can buy, but you're saving crazy money by making it yourself, you know. And for me, it was those two things that attracted me to printing. I kind of got into it when it first came on the scene. I said my first printer was an Annette A6, I think. It was an A something. It was an A6. Cheapest piece of shit you could buy. It was like, it was completely, you had to put the whole thing together yourself. I think I paid like $120 for it. Had no idea I had no idea about 3D printing. I read about it. And he says, I'm going to get me one. And I'll figure it out after I get it. So I did, you know, and like I said, I did well with it. I actually printed parts to make it better, because there were a lot of issues with it, and you could print parts to improve the stability, the strength, and all that. And I printed all that stuff. Then I started making things. So I got a good head start on it, and here I am. It's like, what, 15 years later? Thereabouts. And once I bought that Annette, and after I had the stroke, I think I bought it in 2011. I think, maybe. It's either 10 or 11 I bought it. So, you know, I've been messing with it a lot. Yeah, there is. I saw it. Dave Thurber sent me. It's a, I don't have my phone out here. I'd bring it up, but I can't remember the name of it now, but it's similar to the Bamboo Labs, and it comes with the colors, the 4 spools, for I think $458, and it's not bad. I don't think it's as good as the Bamboo Labs is, but you know, it is what it is. Now, let me jump back here a little bit. Is there another? Yeah. John says, "What are you printing, Grandpa?" Okay. And Tom, where we go? Derek said, "If you guys could only buy one printer, what would you get? Filament or resin company or model?" Well, see, that's a tough one because you remember in the beginning, I used to really badmouth resin printers. I was wrong, and I admit it. But I was really, you know, stuck on the filament printer. If you'd asked me then, I would have said, you know, the Anycubic Viper I thought was one of the better printers. It's not, but it seemed like it at the time. This was before the Bamboo Labs came out. I think between that and the one that Dwight has, the Ender 3, that's even better than the Viper, I believe. But it was more expensive than the Viper, and that's why I stuck with the Viper. Plus, I like the idea it was self-leveling, where the Ender 3 isn't. I think the newer ones are, but some of the older ones weren't. You still had to level them with. My net was like that. You had to use a piece of paper, and about every 3 or 4 prints, you had to re-level the bed. It was a total pain in the ass, you know. Now they self-level, and unless you move them, they usually keep their level for a long time. So now, what I'd say, well, and even though I don't have one, from what I've read and from what you guys have told me that I have one, the Bamboo Labs A1 seems to be the best printer out there for a filament printer. Now, the Anycubic, I think, is probably the best one for a filament printer. Any one of them will work. I mean, they have, 30 different models. I've got the Mono 2. It's all right. It's small. It was inexpensive, but I've had it for a year now, and it hasn't broke down on me. Not really. You know, you do have to change the FEP film in the bottom of the vat routinely. That's just, and I think they're all that way, regardless of which one you get. But other than that, it's a good machine. I only say it because I have one. But I also have the Creality Hallett, which I also believe was a good machine, but I had problems with it early on. It was sort of my fault, but not 100%. And the FEP film, you know, it ruptured, got a hole in it, and I didn't have a protective film over the LED plate. The resin got down in the LED plate and ruined it, and I said the LED replacement cost more than the machine did. Now I had to replace the LED in the Anycubic because I had a bad spot in it, which was also weird. But I bought a new plate, a new LED lens, or whatever you want to call it, and it was cheap. I think it was $40. Took me 10 minutes to put it in, and the machine works fine. So, you know, I mean, anything you buy is going to break. Something's going to happen to it. There's no such thing as a machine that doesn't break down. If there was, we couldn't afford it anyway. JD says, right now not printing anything, but who knows what tomorrow will bring. There you go. I didn't touch my printers, either one of them. And I've got 4 of them, two resin, 2 filament. They sat idle for like 3 months. Had nothing to print. And now all of a sudden I'm using them I'm using them a lot again because I got shit to print. So, you know, you don't always need it, but when you do, it's there. Let's see. This thing lock up on me? What the hell? Well, that's it, Flash Forge. That was the other one that has multiple colors on it. This thing jumping around over here, driving me nuts. Thomas Grassi, that is what everyone said about the Bamboo Lab printer. You're saying the Viper Anycubic is junk? No, it's not. It's a good machine. It served me well in the 2 years I've had. Well, the old one I've had for, I think, going on 3 years. And the new one, I think, is going on 2 years. I've got a lot of hours on. That's the only thing I have a problem with. I wish they put an hour meter on those things. You know, like on your lawnmower. I probably got thousands of hours on these machines. I have no idea because it doesn't record them. But it's a good machine. But it breaks. You know, everything breaks. You know. Now that it's getting older, I'm having bigger problems with it. Then, thanks to Tom Grassi, his Viper died. So he was able to furnish me parts that I needed. But when those parts fail again, and they will, I can't get replacements because they discontinued the machine and they discontinued the parts for it. Now, Anycubic is making the Cobra, which is like a step up from the Viper. It's similar but not the same, and the parts are generally not interchangeable. But because of what they did with the Viper, I'd be leery about buying anything from them as far as a filament printer goes, because if you just decide one day to, you wake up and say, well, we're done making this, let's discontinue it, and discontinue the parts as well. Well, that leaves you, the consumer, SOL. I don't need to deal with that shit, I like the Ender, but there's a few things about the Ender I don't like, and that's why I probably would not buy one unless that was all that was available. So for my money right now, I'm looking at, in the near future of buying the Bamboo Labs A1. It's a nice machine. It's way ahead of its time. It's far superior than my Viper. And you can get parts for it. And it don't look like it's going away anytime soon. And that's another thing. If you're going to build... And I don't know why Anycubic... Well, they probably did it for their own benefit, but... Because the old one I had when the main power cable broke from stress, and I called them up and I says, can you, ship me another cable? I knew I didn't have to pay for it. They wouldn't warranty it. And I didn't have a problem. Well, we don't make them anymore. What do you mean you don't make them? Machine's only a year old. They were still making Vipers. Well, maybe I'll have to buy another one. So I'm thinking, well, fuck that. Well, I wound up doing that anyway. I bought another Viper. So now I got both of them. But, what the problem is, like I said, they're aging. And they're starting to break down. And they're designed to do that. But the biggest problem is if you're going to... it's like if you buy a General Motors car, whether it be a Chevy, a Buick, an Oldsmobile, or I don't even make Olds anymore, but Cadillac, all them cars are somewhat interchangeable. Not everything, but some of the parts are interchangeable with them. Which made sense because, it's the same company making them. Different divisions, but still under the same umbrella. And it was cheaper to keep the tooling costs down to make parts interchangeable. Cheaper for them anyway. It should be the same with these printers. If you're making a dozen different filament printers, you got the Viper, the Cobra, this, that, whatever, the parts should interchange between them, but they don't. Nothing does. Maybe if you're lucky, you could swap out, the hot end, but that's it. The belts are different, the servos are different, the motherboards are different. And they do that shit on purpose. Because it forces you to buy another one when the one you got breaks. Well, I ain't playing that shit no more. So I'm going to buy a printer that I know parts are going to be available for it for hopefully a decent long time. And right now I see that with the Bamboo Labs A1. It's not going away, and if they do come out with a different model, the parts are somewhat interchangeable. And they should be. Now the Anycubic resin printer I don't have an issue with. Parts are plentiful, they're inexpensive, and easy to change out. So for resin, I'll stick with the Anycubic. Tom agrees with me on that one too. Anycubic is for resin prints. So yeah, it's just you know, it's like anything else. Like everything they make today is basically garbage. Designed to fail. They actually can figure out how long to make a part last before it breaks. They started doing that some years ago, but now they've gotten it down to a science, and if they give you a 1-year warranty, 12 months, the parts in that thing will last until it's 13 months old, and then they'll shit the bed on you. And you're out of warranty, so guess what? You're paying now. That's why warranties don't mean shit anymore. The only good thing about a warranty, if you got a 5-year warranty on something, you know it won't break for 5 years probably. If you have a 1-year warranty, well, that's all you want to get out of it. JD says the A1 is on sale now for $379 with arms and $279 without. That's cheap. Or the AMS, rather, not arms. The AMS is the 4-spool, 4 different color assembly that works with it. See, I don't need the different colors. Most of the stuff I print, I'm going to paint anyway. Yeah, it's convenient, but it also, it's just spending money you probably don't have to. I mean, if you need to do print different colors, then that's the way to go. I don't, so I would just buy the single color, and I would get the one for, what did he say, it was $279? This thing jumped way ahead on me here. What happened here? Damn it. This thing's really jumping around. I went too far back. Anyway, whatever it was, you know, you've seen it. Tom says, I only changed my resin FEP, only one. Yeah, same here, because I know my Anycubic will tell you when it thinks it's due. But you can fool it by saying you changed it, and it starts over again even though you didn't change it. If mine's in perfect shape, I'm not changing it. If I see a hole in it or looks like there's going to be a hole, then I'll change it. But, I mean, they want you to change it like every, what, maybe 15, 20 prints? That's ridiculous, you know. So I'm not going to change it till I have to. And I have, you know, I have the sheet, the protective sheet over the lens, the 3D LED lens. So I'm not worried about damaging the printer if something does happen. But I do keep a close watch on it. James says, I watch a YouTube channel, 3D Prints only uses Bamboo Lab. Well, that's it. It's a good printer. Well, John, like I said, there's different places. You can Google search them. But there's Thingiverse, with an I, not an A. Thingiverse.com. There's Yeggi, YEGGI.com. There's Cults3D.com. There's a whole bunch of them. I mean, you could do a Google search for free 3D files, and it'll bring up all the places you can get them at. Most of them are free. Some you got to pay for. It just depends. Some of the more complex prints, they do want to charge you a little bit, but not much. Like I said, this one here, that's what the tender included. I had to split it because it was too long. But it was $1.15 for the file from Colts 3D. I don't mind spending $1.15. If you want $50, $60, now we're going to have a problem. But, you know, even the car models that I got, that Le Mans, I think each file I think was $15. And you get the whole car. I mean, you get all the parts, the files for the body, the hood, the windshield, the back windows, side windows, mirrors, engine, tires, wheels, chassis, interior, seats and everything. You get like 40 or 50 files with it. It's a hell of a deal for 15 bucks, you know. And I think I got them on sale for 10. So that was no big deal, you know. Tom says, I print on one of my 4 printers every day. Always something. Yeah, well, Tom's always busy doing that stuff. I was for a while. I'm kind of getting back into it again. And I do, like I said, I have a little laundry list of things I need to print. But, yeah, plus things I need too. So it just depends. I have to sit down. Sometimes I have to design things or just do a search for what I want, you know. And then I go from there. James says, I saw a post today, 3D prints, no lines. Well, if it's resin printed, you can do it without lines. You can't do it on a filament printer. I don't care how good it is. It's just, maybe the A1 you can, but the Viper you sure as hell can't. You're going to get some lines even if you go with an ultra fine print. And that's, you know, post processing they call it, where you sand all that out or fill it in with, you know, body fill, or yeah, something you have to do with it. So once again, the resin printer, you can do it without lines. The filament, now you're going to get some lines. John says, is it train modeling specific? Not necessarily. I think he's already seen it. Well, this was the one I filament printed. And it came out pretty damn good. A lot of detail in there. It came out better on the filament printer than it did in the resin printer. Now, I tried to do it on the resin printer after splitting the tender off of it, and this did not come out well at all. It's not terrible, but it's not right. Now but I think it was the file. I got another Polar Express file, this one here, and this came out almost perfect. So sometimes you get a bad file too. There's no guarantee the file you download will really be worth the shit. And some files work better in resin printers, some will work better in filament printers. Waycross says, Jim, are you still on? I'm ready eating pizza Hawaii. I had pizza earlier for dinner. It was good too. Store bought, but I don't care. I don't eat pizza very often these days. Tom says, I just looked at the Flash Forge film with multicolor printer, and I do not like the setup. All four spools are jammed on the side. Yeah, I saw that too, Tom. That is going to cause many problems down there. That's possible. Like I said, it's a little cheaper. Actually, it's a lot cheaper. And, you know, the old saying goes, you get what you pay for. So I would stick with the Bamboo Labs because it's proven itself already. The Flash Forge is a fairly new machine. Not necessarily worth the shit, you know. And you're not saving that much money with it. The A1 is on sale now for $379 with the AMS. That's the multi-color 4-spool setup. And $279 without. So that's not bad. Like I said, it was $600 when I looked at it without the AMS. Maybe it was with the AMS. I don't remember. It was expensive though, and I said, yeah, that's more than I want to spend. But now that I'm looking at it and the price is coming down, I'm going, you know what? It's looking better every day. On my birthday, the Polar Express was playing at my theater in Waycross. Oh, the movie? That's a cool movie, man. I've seen it. I see the trains are, yeah, there's, well, one is. The other one got hot and shut down. When it cools off, I'll probably start it back up again. James says I would get the Bamboo Lab. Yeah, absolutely. But in Canada, that price is over $500. Well, everything in Canada is expensive. Holy shit, man! Don't you guys make more money up there, though? It's probably all works out somehow. What is the crappiest 3D printer? That I don't know, but I'm sure it's out there. Probably that A6 that I had. That thing was pretty bad. Tom says, Jim, yes, resin printers need the screensaver on the plate. That really helps. Yeah, it does. Once again, I didn't know that when I bought the Howlett one. It didn't say anything about it. It says everything you need to start printing. And there was no screensaver. It didn't say I needed one, even though I did a search afterwards. Oh yeah, you do need one. Now I've got one under both machines. And usually when I change the FPP, I change that too. The only thing I really don't like about the Anycubic FPP is that doesn't just use a sheet of plastic like the Creality does. It's a kind of a one piece. Well, not really one piece, but it's sold in one piece. The FPP with the frame around it, and it's kind of pricey. The hell was that? It's like somebody walking on the floor, but Toga's laying right over here. That was weird. A train derailed or something there. No, it looks good. I don't know what the hell that was. That must be an animal underneath the shed, maybe bumping around. Could be a raccoon or something. As long as you don't come through, I won't have to shoot him. Comes through the floor, he's getting a bullet. That's the only thing I don't like about it. And I buy 2 of them. I think they're $12 from Amazon. And they're easier to change out than just the sheets are, but that's the only way you could buy it. And you can't make your own. I mean, I actually took one apart because you got the 2 halves of the frame, and they're like glued together with the FPP sheet between them. It's also glued. And to be able to, you'd have to thread them, put screws in them to actually keep them together. Then you could put the plastic in between it, screw it all together, and then screw it onto the vat. Yeah, it's more of a pain in the ass than it's worth. So But that's the only issue I really have with it. So, P1S combo is $6.99. Okay. Don't know how much a 3D printer for model railroad. Well, like I said, there's a little bit of a learning curve to it, but once you get into it and you realize what you can make, you wonder why you didn't get one years ago. James says Bamboo Lab A1 Basic is $3.19 in Canadian money. That's not bad. Like I said, unless you need the multicolors, I wouldn't even waste my time with it, you know. That's just my opinion. You know, now Tom, he got the AMS or the multicolor unit, but he does a lot of multicolor printing. It saves him the hassle having to paint shit, which I understand that. But you know, I don't mind painting. So JD says with a number or the .2 nozzle, the lines are real fine. Yeah, there you go. That's another thing. You can use the .2 nozzle on them. Now, mine uses a .4. You can put, I think, a .3 on there if you could find one. They do make a .2, but I understand you have a lot of problems with it, with filament clogging. Who needs that shit? So, you know, I print most of my stuff with the .4 nozzle. If I had the A1 though, yeah, I'd probably be using the .2 on a lot of stuff. Can't tell you how many rolls of filament that I have used. I've only... Where the hell did it go? It jumped on me. John says, oh yeah, the water tower, yeah. That's one of my better prints. I printed a few of them. I even had one for myself. Of course, yours was O gauge, but I got the files for them still. So, if anybody ever needs that water tower, man, I have to tell you, you put a light in it, it looks good. JD says I use 4 most. Yeah, well, the 4 is usually good for general printing. I'll tell you where the 2 would come in handy, and that's printing these. Steam Locos, you get a finer print with it, and it would probably be, well, it'd be on this, of course, but it would probably do a much better job of printing than the 4 does. Tom says, I just found the AMS light on Amazon for $89. Holy shit. And JD says, I haven't tried the .6 yet. They make a .6? I guess that's for like files you don't really care about. So what's the AMS light? I mean, how is that different from the AMS you have? Is that like only 2 spools instead of 4, or what's the difference? I don't know that much about it. That's what was making a noise. I found the problem. There we go. Problem solved. Back of the locomotive wheels were off the track, and the front wheels on the boxcar were off a little bit. I don't know what happened, but they got popped off. 229 at Bamboo Labs AMS since I got mine. Wow. That's what it's called. They have improved it. Okay. Since they got mine. It's a neat idea, don't get me wrong. I just don't have a use for it. If I did, I would most certainly buy one, though. Calling R.J. Corman. Yeah, there you go, right? Hey, guys, it's almost 10 o'clock. We've been on here since 6. I got to knock off, man. I go home, watch some TV, maybe get a snack, and call it a night around midnight, you know. But I had fun. We talked about a lot of stuff. Hope we covered some important issues. And if we didn't, we'll pick it up next week. So, I'm a little off-center here for some reason. There we go. Anyway, I'm going to call it a night. I'm going to put the end screen up, and I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me all night. You guys must be as bored as I am, right? Well, we have fun. That's all that matters. So who knows what I'll have to talk about next week. I'm sure it'll be something. And hopefully I'll have more information on whether I'm going to be able to purchase the decoder or not for this Amtrak F40, or P42 rather. John says, I missed about 2. That's all right. Fun chat, Jim, and everybody later. All right, guys. I'm going to put the end screen up. We'll see y'all next week. Have a good weekend. Be safe. Remember to play with your trains. And we'll see you next week.